Vice Chair Takis Cantonis, members Susan Canningham and Maureen Coffey. Matt DeFranti is out on leave. I think we're going to start with recognitions and proclamations, followed by reports from the board, and I believe I start right away with our manager, Mr. Schwartz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have 2 employee care spotlights to do today for the Department of Environmental Services. The first one, some people may be surprised, but if you were participating in our collective bargaining process, you wouldn't be. We're going to be honoring the DES collective bargaining team from AFSCME. So we have, I'm going to ask them to come up here, Sherman Clark, Derek Fisher, Guy Hunt, Anthony Pistone, James Rodriguez, Jason Wells, and Fred Williams. And these employees, they volunteered their time at work and off clock during 6 months of negotiations to support the creation of a first ever collective bargaining agreement for a service, labor, and trades unit. And this is a significant effort, unprecedented, requiring a lot more than just thought. It required some camaraderie and good efforts. And overall, the process worked pretty well. They're representing a diverse group of employees from 3 departments with over 50 classifications. So they didn't know that not only do they get a collective bargaining agreement, they get their picture with the county board and a certificate. So I'm going to come around here.
Wonderful.
Be shy.
So you all have to come up here because we're your backdrop. We're like the stage here for y'all. Come on, yeah. All right, the chair has to like. It's good. So you guys, is it all worth it?
Oh, yeah.
Good.
It's a lot of work, still work.
That's actually a award for you, John.
Anthony, is it Mardi Gras today?
Yeah, it was actually Juneteenth, we handed out. Grill. Yeah, we didn't see it really well.
Hot day to be on the grill.
Working hard. Yeah.
All right, everybody ready? Everybody smile. That's it. All right, good.
Thanks. Thank you.
Keep my eyes open.
All right, keep your eyes open.
Appreciate
It's
it.
good. It's good to see you.
All right, thank you.
Thank
See
you.
all.
Thanks. Next up, we're going to honor Winnie Wang and Mayor Arani, who Winnie supervises. They're from the DES Business Intelligence and Tech Support Crew, and they have pioneered some really responsible and ethical application of analytical tools. And I think you've all heard of artificial intelligence. Big tech has been generating a lot of sophisticated software, and their challenge has really been to improve those tools and bring some solutions to help work for us and make them even more powerful. So, you know, I know Winnie and Mayor work, sometimes you may think what happened to Winnie? Oh, there you are. Okay. Come on up, and we're going to give you a certificate up here that sometimes you may not be toiling in obscurity, but you're doing some very powerful things to help DES succeed. So I'm going to come around here, and you are going to get your picture taken too with the county.
And thank you, because if DES succeeds, we're likely to succeed. It's good. Thank you. Right, I think I still have to stand on my tippy toes. I kind of like this.
Bobby, aren't you proud of them?
I'm very proud.
It's so awesome.
It's great. Thank you guys so much.
That concludes the awards for this month.
Thank you so much. All right, we'll go on to the chair's report. Y'all are welcome to stay if you want. It won't be too long, but you can also take off. First thing, a little bit more on on Arlington 2050. We have been getting all kinds of responses, and I wanted to let from folks with the cards that we've had, the postcards, and we have now hired, they're the postcards. If anybody wants to, you can find them online, you can find them at the library. We're always happy to hear from people about what they think Arlington should look like in 2050. Just wanted to let folks know that we have hired Kristen Clark, and she comes to us with a background in civic media and community engagement, and she is really excited to get out and connect with everybody. And one of the things is people do really want to connect. She's going to be out in the community a fair amount this summer. All right, keep it, we'll wait till the door shuts. Little background noise here. All right. And we're going to be doing a lot of, she particularly and all of us doing some engagement on the next months. So look for Kristen and the cards in your neighborhood. You may see us out and about. There are lots of opportunities for folks. I think we have one. Do we have one more slide for this? Yeah. There are lots of opportunities for folks if you'd like to get involved in this now. You can attend or facilitate a listening event. You could volunteer. You could help us build new relationships. If you've got some ideas, email Kristen, and she would love to hear from you, and we would love to hear from you too. All right, next I think I have emergency preparedness. It's never too early to get ready for whatever the world is going to bring. We're encouraging people to sign up for arlingtonalert.com. You can go on there and sign up and get any kind of messages right onto your phone. They will come to you for all kinds of things that are important for you to know. And knowledge is really important in an emergency. Next, I think we have a slide. We have a few things. It's always good to make a plan. That part of it is signing up. All right, and you can go on to readyarlington.com and find more information if you want. The next one, and I'm going to be doing this every month, by the way, so we're sort of zipping through the major things, but I'm going to be talking about this every month for a little bit in my chair's report. Next one is, I think, a kit. Oh, you've got a picture of my kit. Well, I brought my kit. I brought my kit, and there are a few other things in it. There you can see, which I just actually brought. It is in a shoebox. So people might think that, and actually, if you want to switch the camera on to me, that's okay, because I'm showing stuff for show and tell, and I think we can show that picture. Thank you. All right. So they say make a kit can sound. So you can get a shoebox. They're really handy. And in this shoebox, I have a lot of things. Some of the things you saw there. I'm only going to unpack one at this point. It's the biggest thing in here. Thank you. Which is the radio. And I've got it packed in here with the batteries separate so I can put them in, and it's ready in an emergency. And if you do not have a radio like this might be a really good time to order one, because you don't want to find yourself with the power out trying to figure out how to get news or how to charge your phone, because it's too late by then. You have to be ready ahead of time. That's the whole idea. And these very handy emergency crank radios, you can crank them. They're batteries. They also are solar. And they have little USB outlets, so you can actually charge your phone from it, which is a handy thing. So as I say, I'm going to be talking every month a little bit about getting ready. What I wanted to mostly show is you too can make a kit if you've got a shoebox. It's not very hard. But we'll continue with those messages, and I know our manager is going to talk a little bit more about that. And then finally, just a little note. It's interesting. We have the chair's report. We have regional reports. We have board reports. And I keep thinking we should have international reports, because Mr. Karantonis was with me for a number of these events. We happened to have the mayor of Aachen, which is our sister city here, last week, and got together with her and just discussing some things. She was fascinated by the commissions that we have, because that's something she wants to build up in Aachen. So I think we're going to be doing a Zoom call and talk to her about how we do commissions, because she said she was interested in citizen involvement. And Mr. Karantonis and I said, we can talk to you about citizen involvement. Go ahead.
Oh, absolutely. She was kind of taken aback when we said what the number of commissions was. She didn't bargain for more than 50. So, yeah. But nevertheless, she was very interested, and I know that some of her vice mayors, when I was there, they approached it as well, and they found it pretty interesting and transferable for them. Like so many things that we have transferable, so that are transferable from the experiences of our fire department to the experience of schools, obviously, and now, citizen and resident participation, which is a great thing. Let's see if we can organize a small transatlantic but very personalized Aachen-Arlington
Yeah, we're gonna boost it up with the sister cities, which is great. I also had the pleasure actually of having a dinner at the German ambassador's house, because the German ambassador is really into city-to-city cooperation, and he had brought over, including the mayor from Aachen, a number of mayors from Germany to meet with and talk with Americans about city-to-city cooperations. I actually was the only real American mayor that was there, so that was kind of fun. And they were going to New York after that. She left us with this lovely book, which will go into our collection. And then we also had our sister cities took a brief trip to our sister city, Reims, and the mayor there sent us a pretty book, which I will put into, another book with lots of pretty pictures. And the mayor of Reims would like to come and visit us soon, either the end of this year or next year, and I think that probably will be happening. And I think that's the end of my report, which brings me to, let me see, I believe it brings me to the appointments. Is that correct? Correct. Thank you. And I think the first one I have, this does not require a second, so I will just move that we appoint to the Community Services Board Wendy Crawford as chair for term ending June 30th, 2025. That we designate her. For the Commission on Status of Women, we designate Caroline Romano as chair for a term ending June 30th, 2025. To the Disability Advisory Commission, we reappoint both Elizabeth Priu and Suzette Reisacker for terms both ending June 30th, 2026. To the Economic Development Commission, we reappoint Janetta Brewer for a term ending June 30, 2027. To the Neighborhood Complete Streets Commission, we appoint Jack Catherell for a term ending June 30, 2027. We reappoint Elisa Ortiz for a term ending June 30th, 2025, and we also designate Elisa Ortiz as chair for that same term ending June 30th, 2025. To the Roslyn Business Improvement District Board of Directors, we reappoint both Patricia Darnell and Shannon Flanagan-Watson for both with terms ending June 30th, 2026. To the Sports Commission, we designate John Mingus as chair for a term ending June 30, 2025. To the Transportation Commission, we designate Ajden Moratovich as chair for a term ending June 30th, 2025. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you very much. All of the appointments are made, and many thanks to those who are serving in these volunteer capacities, which can take a lot of time and effort and help make Arlington what it is, as the mayor of Aachen found out when we were talking to her. So thank you to all. I think that takes us to our board member reports. And first we have Mr. Karantonis talking about the gun buyback event, which was a huge success. Mr. Karantonis.
It was a huge success. Sorry. Indeed, Madam Chair, it was a huge success on June 8. We had our first ever gun buyback event. I must say that this, thank you for the, I must say that this was an event that was planned almost a year ago. We have heard here from our residents. I might remind you that Mr. Evans came several times, and other advocates came from Moms Demand Action and other sensible gun safety regulations promoting advocates who asked us to legislate in a way that gun buyback events are possible. So a few months later, with the help of everybody, and I want to specifically name the Arlington County Police Department and our County Attorney's Office, also the Commonwealth Attorney's Office, who was also instrumental in starting this conversation, we approved a ordinance, and based on this ordinance, we organized our, together with the community that promoted that, the first gun buyback event here in Arlington. You see here in this slide a list of the involved organizations: Moms Demand Action, Arlington County Police Department, the Office of the Commonwealth Attorney, Sheriff's Office, the Community Fire Station, the City of Falls Church, its Police Department, and its Sheriff's Department. And it was really very important for me and very refreshing to see the Mayor of Falls Church, Letty Hardy, to come there and see. Yes. And both, we thought that, okay, if we go an hour late, since that would be okay, but the event was already wrapping up. at this time. Why? Not because we ran out of money, just $20,000 that were there, but they were already spent, but because we had collected so many guns that our police department, the state authorities, etc., couldn't process them anymore. I mean, there was a bottleneck in processing. Next slide, please. And here you can see a panoramic, a dark panoramic of what we actually collected. We got 65 gun owners to turn in guns. We had 125 total firearms turned in for destruction. There were 62 long guns, 10 assault rifles, and 53 handguns. Next slide, please. These are my photos from a little bit closer, and if you look at these, this is really scary what was deposited in people's homes and was kept in people's homes and ended up now in our possession for destruction. Next slide, please. So $20,000 was the amount of money that sponsors could provide for gift cards. I have to say that law enforcement morale was absolutely top at this event, and I really want to recognize that. Asking any of our law enforcement officers to turn out on a Saturday morning in a place that potentially is full of gun owners with their weapons is a significant ask, and they responded, and I thank them for that. The donation side remains open to the gun buyback program. This is the Assembly of the Christ of, I don't remember the exact name of the church, but it's a very convenient place on Arlington Boulevard that we can use again if and when we decide to repeat this program. I have here a list that was emailed to me today from the Commonwealth's Attorney's Office of some of the statements of those who have turned in their guns about their motivations. And I will read just a few. I have a son now, and he's too young to mess with them. Just didn't feel I could handle it anymore, having a gun at home. It's not safe to have a firearm lying around. Thanks for doing this. Had a baby, didn't want them in the house, the firearms. Better to melt them and than let them to get out in the street. Love ex-gun owners, but welcome to a safer home. I have a weapon, I don't use it, and a grandson and don't want him to use it. Spouse died, was just in the house, and it's not safe. I'm giving to my favorite nonprofit. In that case, that was a direct commitment. I was sitting in a safe. They were sitting in a safe, my firearms, and we have a baby now. I didn't want them to be around. I inherited them, and I don't want them to be in the house anymore. It is emotional. The lady said they were my father's, but I don't want my grandkids getting into them, even though they are in a safe. So you see a lot of motivations for people to empty their safes or their closets or bring really very dangerous weapons to us. We safely have disposed of them. We checked every single one of them. We know that they haven't been used in the commission of a crime or otherwise, and they are going to be melted if they are not haven't already. Thank you. That concludes my report on the
That's great.
program.
Thank you. And this one is great. Mr. Evans came and spoke to us a number of times, wanting us to do something.
Yes.
And we kind of kept saying, we're so limited in what we can do. But Mr. Carantonis, particularly you, and all of us, and talking with the police, came up with something we actually could do. And as you said, I don't think anybody realized how successful it would be. It really fulfills an important need. So hopefully we will be doing it again. And very great that we could coordinate and cooperate with Falls Church. Thank you.
It was like literally 2 firearms a minute
Yeah.
from opening to closing.
They're not there anymore, which is a drop in the bucket, but it's a drop in the right way. We need to keep working on it.
Well, one realizes how big the bucket is.
Yeah. Might be bigger than a bucket, might be called something else.
Okay.
All right, next, Partnership for Children, Youth, and Families. Ms. Cunningham.
Great. This will be fairly brief. I think we have 2 slides to share, but I just wanted to report back on an excellent first-time event that our Partnership for Children, Youth, and Families led called Arlington Unites. It was held at Washington Liberty High School on a Saturday, and they brought together essentially to help launch our ACEs, or Adverse Childhood Experiences campaign, so that we, as a community, recognize that things happened in the past can really influence our safety and security in the present, and brought together lots of practitioners and experts, parents, teachers, and county staff members to really collaborate and reach across that. So just wanted to do a big shout out. There were student leaders who shared information and their efforts. You see our leadership of DHS there as well, and I hope that this will become an annual event that continues to strengthen our community and support our children.
Great. I hope it becomes an annual event, too. That's just great. Thank you so much. And now on to Tenant Summit. Ms. Coffey.
Great, thank you. Last weekend, I was really lucky to attend our 2nd annual Tenant Summit. I think we have some slides, so I'll just wait a second here. It was hosted by our Tenant Landlord Commission as well as our housing staff, so a combination of CPHD and DHS, which is great. And
Slides are slow.
Slides were there.
there we go.
There we go.
All right, you can skip to the next slide. So why did we have a tenant summit? Arlington's rent growth is outpacing almost everywhere else in the country, 4.8% over the past year, and we are now 5th in the country in terms of metro areas for rental cost. And 63%, or more than 77,000 households in Arlington, are occupied by renters. And so this is a problem that affects a lot of people, a lot of different types of people. And it's really important to us that we make sure that we get true and accurate information out there for the 63% of our community that are working through the rental market. Next slide. So to recap, the summit is a partnership between the county's housing division and Bugada, who does a lot of tenant advocacy. They're a really great nonprofit organization within our community. There was lunch, there was supervised childcare, we had Spanish translation services, and really the primary content was a half-day workshop dedicated for people who are currently tenants. And so it covered topics such as fair housing, tenants' rights, some of the opportunities and programs that are available within Arlington. We had our housing staff present on our voucher program, on eviction prevention, where to go, who to contact, and I think it was really helpful. And then we also had plenty of time for people to go and visit the different tables of nonprofit services or our housing staff themselves. And so there was also that kind of one-on-one interaction that I think was really helpful. People brought very specific questions about their leases, their properties, who do I go to for this kind of problem? And I think hopefully we helped people see a path forward with some of the challenges that they're having. And about 70 people attended, which is pretty significant for a Saturday morning, and 45% actually utilized the on-site childcare. So that, you know, is a testament to the who we were bringing in, and 20% used our Spanish translation services. So very diverse group. I think it ranged from, you know, younger folks like me all the way up to people who I know I've seen on our, you know, in our aging services division. And so truly, you know, I think renters are everyone in our community, and they're everywhere in our community. A lot of times folks look at us as a monolith of young 20-somethings renting in our community, but that's just not the truth. And I think, you know, this really shows that we've got so many families, we've got so many older people. It's truly a diverse group. So on to the next slide. Looking forward, we're going to continue to be seeking opportunities to engage with renters, hear concerns, learn how the county can help, and make sure that people are connected with the services that we already do have, and in particular, making sure that they are easy to find and access on our county's website. I think doing a lot of intentional outreach and putting together, some forward-looking action over the next year is something I'm really passionate about, and I'm grateful to have housing staff and the tenant landlord interest and support on that. Next slide. We've got some QR codes here with some information. So the first QR code that is help and resources takes you to a page that has all of the information about the county programs that are available, county services, who do you talk to, how do you apply, and then the second QR code specifically takes you to the page that describes what are your rights as a tenant. And so if you're having a problem, if you just don't understand Virginia's Tenant Landlord Act, which would be a very reasonable thing, that's where you want to go. And I think that, I learned a lot from the summit, especially Northern Virginia Legal Services did a presentation, and I was taking notes basically the entire time. And so I think no matter how long you've been renting, there's always something new to learn. And I'm really grateful to all of our staff and our commission and everyone who was involved in putting this together. And I look forward to expanding it for next year and making it our third annual. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Doing it every year is a great idea. Did they video the presentations? Are people able to see those online?
I believe we did. I'm not sure that they are ready to be posted online yet. I'm not 100% sure, but when I get an update on that, I can definitely share it.
Yeah, no, great. And I think just to have it there and know it's there that people can,
Absolutely.
It isn't just one and done. We keep redoing it. I think that's great. Thank you so very much. And that brings us now to speed cameras deployment. I think, Mr. Karantonis.
Madam Chair, you
Yes.
said, I didn't hear what you said.
Excuse me, speed cameras deployment is
Oh,
what I
yes.
have.
Yeah, yeah.
Is that
I have
what,
it here.
are you ready to do that?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely, I'm ready. So,
There we go.
I'm getting a lot of, we are getting a lot of requests for, questions about when are these speed cameras going to be deployed, especially now that the schools are off. Everybody is expecting some sort of, installation trucks to be out and installing them. So I wanted to, we are in constant contact with the Arlington County Police Department to figure out when, these speed cameras, so the automated enforcement will be deployed and how it will be deployed and what will happen this summer. I believe that we had a conversation with on one of our later, more recent county managers' reports and with the chief of police here, and we said that this would happen this summer. So indeed, it's happening this summer. Next slide, please. So the program is right now in the process of setting up. There is a requisition to order and install 10 speed camera devices right now. There is an accounting process that is the process of managing the fines and all this and making sure that the treasurer knows how to proceed with that. They have been, and this was one of the more technical parts of the deployment of the program. We have feasibility studies to determine where the cameras can be accommodated. As you can imagine, this is not so easy. We basically we have the ability, the legal permission to put them at schools, etc. But not every location is suitable to do that. You need a certain angle. You need to put them on a certain post, and it needs to be installed properly, etc. I also want to remind here that these are mobile devices. That means that they can be mounted in a place for a few months, from a few weeks or for months, and then move to a different locations. Both location A and B and C have to be ready to receive that device and to have it installed safely and efficiently so that it actually works. So these feasibility studies have been done, And we now know that the camera captures really the flashing school zone beacons and records violations properly so that that enforcement actually can happen. There are 8 additional locations, so a total of 18 planned for January 2025. The first 10, maybe we can go to the next slide. The first 10 will be deployed in before or almost before the August start of the school season. We will provide the 30-day grace period where we will be actually sending notifications and violation notices, but we are not going to require a payment on them. And after the 30 days grace period, we will actually enforce. The site selections have certain parameters. The ACPD, together with the Department of Environmental Services and Vision Zero, have collaborated to identify them. There's also crash history, speed differentials, equity emphasis areas, vehicle volume, so basically traffic, and we laid specific attention to school walk zone coverage. We also have a media communications plan, so we will let people know that they are deployed, because as we all know, this is not for us to make money out of that. This is what we want is that drivers understand that they have to moderate their speed and to drive safely, especially when they are in school zones. So if they know that we are already enforcing, we very much hope that they will adjust their behavior accordingly. So last slide, as I said, 30-day warning period coming in August, the first 10 installations, and after this 30 days, so I guess the latest at some point mid-September, vehicles who will be violating the speed will receive tickets for the violations. And hopefully they are not going to come again and do the same thing.
Thank you. I can't wait to get the emails complaining that we fine them for violating it, but that'll come in the fall, I think. It's always interesting. I'm glad we're doing this. And then I think this sounds like a fun presentation, Mr. Karantonis, on rainbow crosswalks.
Yeah, I don't know if we have some photos. It was an amazing and, we have been talking the LGBTQA+ community has been asking us for quite a while to find an opportunity to paint a rainbow crosswalk specifically on 23rd Street. This is 23rd and Fern down in actually Aurora Highlands. Technically, it's Aurora Highlands, very close to Crystal City, and also along East Street. We worked together with the National Landing Bid. We worked together with the business owners, and very specifically with Freddie Lutz of Freddy's, who was the victim actually of a lot of violent threats just about a month ago or a month and a half ago. So with everybody's collaboration for this Pride Month, we finally got to install the painting that you see, the stripes that you see. This is a thermoplastic. This is a very strong, durable type of treatment that actually the manufacturer says that it's going to last a little bit longer than the actual, striping of the road, our white striping. That's a very interesting thing. It has cost also a lot of money, which the National Landing Bid has been sponsoring. And what I found actually very interesting in that is that the entire business community, because there was a meeting with all business owners, all restaurateurs, the civic associations on both sides of Richmond Highway, they agreed that this was a great, homage to the fact that this is one of our most significant streets in terms of celebrating Pride Month in Arlington. So we are very proud to have that. And this was last week, I believe. That was very fast.
Thank you. That brings me, I think, regional reports, I don't think we have any. Next is the manager's report, but I noticed that in getting ready for the meeting, there was a lot of papers gone back and forth. I think I left off 2 appointments, Mr. Clerk. And what I'd like to do, colleagues, is move 2 more appointments, if that's all right. And then we'll continue on. So I would like to move also with our appointments that we appoint Annalise Reinemeyer to the Arts Commission for a term ending June 30, 2027, and that we designate Adam Green as Chair of the Arts Commission for a term ending June 30, 2025. And finally, to the Community Development Citizens Advisory Committee, we designate Lara Malakoff as Chair for a term ending June 30, 2025. Again, this does not need a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you, and thank you to those as well, and apologies for leaving those off in the rush of things. All right. Mr. Schwartz, I think we're on to you for your report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have 2 items for you today. I'd like to start off with a discussion and presentation around deer management. I'm joined by John Marlin, who's the Parks and Natural Resources Deputy Division Chief, and by Jennifer Fioretti, who's the Deputy Director of the Department of Parks and Recreation. So this afternoon, we're going to be presenting draft recommendations for managing the overpopulation of white-tailed deer on county-owned natural land parks. Our recommendation follows several years of research and analysis focused on understanding Arlington's deer population and its impacts on forest health. Based on this work, we confirmed Arlington's deer population exceeds our forest's ecological carrying capacity, or the point at which damage to normally renewable native plant resources is permanent. And by managing the deer population, our goal as we address the dire problem of climate change is to preserve our forests for all native plants and animals and retain the public health, urban cooling, and flood reduction benefits that come from forests and trees that are provided to our community. And I know what we're recommending is going to be controversial, but I wouldn't be supporting this recommendation unless the science supported this approach and our neighboring jurisdictions were already implementing deer management measures at the federal and local level. We'll kick off our second round of public engagement today, which will go through July 19th. And following the engagement, we anticipate returning to the county board in the fall to discuss next steps, which may include a request to advertise an amendment to the county code to permit professional sharpshooting on public land. Now I'm going to turn it over to John, who will walk you through a presentation. John?
Thank you. Okay, good afternoon, members of the County Board and County Manager. This presentation is intended to be a brief overview and status update of the Deer Management Project, which is the county's effort to understand and potentially manage its deer population to minimize its ecological impact to county-owned natural land parks. Because much of the project's background information has been covered in public engagement and is available online, we'll reserve most of our time for detailing the county's new recommendations for deer monitoring and management, next steps for public engagement, and estimated timelines for proposed management activities. We'll start with a brief overview of the project scope. The project was broken into 3 phases starting in 2022. We are currently in the end of phase 2 and briefing you ahead of phase 3. Phase 1 consisted of data collection, analysis, and narrowing down management options to consider. Phase 2 consisted of publishing a report of those findings and then engagement and education around that report to inform the public and seek feedback on the potential management options. In the upcoming final phase, staff will deliver their draft deer management and monitoring recommendations and again seek public feedback through engagement. We'll now briefly cover the history of deer monitoring and management in Arlington County. So to understand a deer population and its impact on forest health, you need to collect 3 key pieces of data. How many deer do you have? Where are they? And how are they impacting the native plants in your forest? To answer the first 2 questions, we hired a consultant to fly a drone over Arlington County and count the number of deer within county limits. They documented 290 deer county-wide, or 13 deer per square mile. But the key takeaway from that survey is that the deer were not evenly distributed throughout the county, but were highly concentrated in our forests at levels beyond what those forests can sustain. That finding prompted us to enlist another consultant to collect the third key piece of data, which is how are deer impacting critical native plant communities in our forests. To answer this question, our consultant enlisted experts to conduct herbivory impact assessments in 12 ecologically significant parks in Arlington to determine if our elevated deer populations were harming plant communities and therefore forest health. In 12 out of the 12 parks surveyed, his team observed substantial damage to native plants from deer overpopulation. The consultant also conducted a review of the scientific literature and benchmarked neighboring jurisdictions to further inform our assessment. Their final report will be published on our website today. This slide speaks to the crux of the issue with deer overpopulation, so I'd like to spend a few moments here. On the left, we have Lacey Woods Park, which is relatively untouched by deer. You can see that Lacey Woods has a dense and diverse understory with lots of different plants at different heights. And this understory is key because it provides food and shelter to many animals and supports its own web of life. It also represents the future canopy of the forest, as some plants within the understory are young trees prepared to take over when older trees die. While on the right, we have Barcroft Park, which is heavily browsed by deer. Here you can see that the understory is severely degraded, meaning that those understory plants and the animals that rely on them are absent. There are also far fewer young trees poised to take over for mature trees when those mature trees require replacement. Eventually, this process may result in the loss of our forests. Our community will lose access to the documented health and well-being benefits of experiencing nearby forests, and also lose the documented climate change, heat island, and flood mitigation benefits that our forests provide to Arlington County. This slide will help illustrate the cascade of loss that occurs when plants in a forest are damaged and unable to regenerate. So first, as the plants begin to disappear, you lose the animals that rely on those plants directly for food and shelter. Directly impacted will be insects, including pollinators. Then birds that rely on those insects and plants for food and shelter will be impacted, along with other small animals such as flying squirrels, bats, rabbits, and frogs. As the plant-eating insects, birds, and other animals begin to disappear, so do the predators that rely on those animals for food. This includes foxes, hawks, lizards, and owls. Finally, deer, which rely on forest plants for food as well, are also impacted. As the forest degrades and fails to regenerate, deer will be forced to migrate, seeking food on other properties or experiencing starvation. During phase one, our consultant evaluated several management options that could mitigate these impacts and selected 5 as most appropriate for Arlington to consider based on our park characteristics, management objectives, and regulatory context. Some methods, like trapping and relocating deer, were ruled out because they are forbidden by state regulators. Others, like chemical birth control for deer, were ruled out because superior methods of fertility control were available in the form of surgical sterilization. These 5 methods were presented to the public for feedback during engagement so that public input could inform decision-making on which options might be most appropriate for our community. Detailed descriptions of all methods considered are available on our project webpage. And for context, this is a map of adjacent jurisdictions where deer management programs are in place on public land, mostly employing public archery hunting or professional sharpshooting. As a side note, we've gotten a wealth of good information from these regional programs, with the big takeaway being that deer management, particularly professional sharpshooting, does work, and that if done at a proper scale, you can reduce deer populations and see forest regeneration. The Deer Management Project had a record-breaking engagement with 2,524 feedback form responses and 6,028 comments, of which we read every single one. We also did a community forum, deep dive conversations with key stakeholders, and bilingual pop-ups throughout the county. A full report of that engagement is available on the project webpage. Overall, the engagement showed that most respondents are supportive of a deer management implementation strategy, with 55% in support. However, the sentiments on which strategies to employ were mixed, with surgical sterilization garnering the highest support at 63%, followed by professional sharpshooting at 43%, and public archery hunting and fencing entire parks trailing at 34% and 21%, respectively. Now we'll discuss the upcoming third phase of the Deer Management Project. This third phase will include the release of our consultant's final report, which includes their final management and monitoring recommendations to the county. More critically, it will include the county's recommendations for monitoring and management, which we will go over today. To arrive at our recommendations, the project team considered several criteria with a focus on meeting the project's core objective of sustaining and improving the health and ecological function of our publicly owned forest parks. Of primary importance were public safety, evidence-based efficacy, and cost-effectiveness. Based on the criteria we just shared, our project team recommends professional sharpshooting to reduce the deer population on county-owned natural land parks. Professional sharpshooting is a lethal technique employing professional sharpshooters using firearms to reduce the deer population. Sharpshooting more quickly and cost-effectively reduces deer populations relative to surgical sterilization and has been shown in peer-reviewed literature, as well as operation regionally, such as those on National Park Service properties, to reduce deer populations sufficiently to support forest regeneration. It is also the primary recommendation of our consultant, White Buffalo Incorporated. Professional sharpshooters would operate at night while parks are closed, shooting downward from tree stands at short range. They use sound suppressors on their rifles to mitigate noise and use special non-lead-based ammunition that breaks apart easily when it contacts vegetation. And as for safety, sharpshooting operations have been carried out nationwide for decades with zero reported injuries to bystanders. Because its effect on deer is considered instantaneous and painless, it is considered a valid method of euthanasia by the American Veterinary Medical Association. Professional sharpshooting would entail 2 stages of management: initial larger population reductions, followed by smaller annual interventions depending on the impact of prior efforts. Professional sharpshooting would require approval from the State Department of Wildlife Resources, as well as changes to county code. And meat from professional sharpshooting would be donated. To allow for data-driven adaptive management, we recommend monitoring the deer population with periodic drone surveys and monitoring deer impacts on forest health with 2 different established methods of herbivory impact assessment. These monitoring methods are also the primary monitoring recommendation of our consultant. We also recommend that the county review ACPD, AWLA, and VDOT deer vehicle collision data and intake collection methods. If we have better information about how many deer vehicle collisions there are and where they occur, we can target public safety measures like signage, speed limit reductions, and wildlife crossings. And finally, we recommend monitoring tick-borne diseases such as Lyme disease and exploring options for monitoring other relevant diseases. And while the contractor did identify surgical sterilization and public archery as options to be considered if professional sharpshooting was not selected or to supplement professional sharpshooting, the project team chose not to include them in our primary recommendations. Surgical sterilization has a higher cost and delayed impact compared to professional sharpshooting and lacks peer-reviewed evidence that it can reduce deer populations sufficiently to meet the project's core objective of supporting forest regeneration. And public archery hunting was deemed impractical for Arlington's densely developed, active parks during the daylight hours in which hunters are permitted to operate. Now we'd like to walk you through what the potential implementation of a deer management plan might look like. The red box indicates our position on the timeline. Today, we begin phase 3, which kicks off our second engagement, which concludes July 19th. Engagement will include an online feedback form soliciting input on the deer management project recommendations, along with a virtual community meeting and commission briefings. Following the engagement, we anticipate returning to the board in the fall to discuss next steps, which may include a request to advertise to amend the county code to permit professional sharpshooting on public land. That winter, staff would develop a deer management plan and lay the groundwork for deer monitoring beginning fall 2025 and potential deer management in winter of 2026. And with that, thank you again for your time today, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, any questions for Mr. Marlin? Mr. Carados.
Thank you for the presentation. I understand that this is the product of a lot of work and a lot of dedicated work and already abundant public process. I have 2 questions. Number 1, you said on the sharpshooting of being a recognized method of euthanasia per the classification that the American Veterinary Medicine Association provides. Can you elaborate on that? Or more specifically, how do we control that the sharpshooting is performed in a way that it's compliant? Because I can imagine that the association sets certain, parameters for that.
Yeah, so I can answer that first question. And so the American Veterinary Medical Association, when they're determining whether euthanasia is considered humane, they focus primarily on pain and distress. And so sharpshooting meets that criteria because it is instantaneous, so the deer doesn't have an opportunity to experience pain or distress. That's the primary criteria. As far as how to meet their standards, they do have various standards. I don't have them memorized, but there's like certain range limitations, like you're supposed to take the shot from a distance where you know that you can take it safely and accurately. And I think the best way to ensure that the sharpshooting does meet that standard is to make sure that we hire professional contractors. So there are professional operators whose full-time job is to safely and accurately and consistently euthanize deer using sharpshooting. And so if we do our procurement and make sure that we're only hiring the best of the best, we're going to be hiring people who very rarely would miss. So it's not that it never happens, but it's a rare occurrence where anything but an instantaneous death occurs.
Okay. So as a follow-up, so I understand that we will somehow we require our vendor to have some sort of our contractor, to have some sort of a protocol that contains some accountability and, some listing, and that the shots are accounted for and the results of the shots are accounted for too. Are they going to be using, or do we know that are they going to be using techniques like putting a bait pile or attracting deer to a certain place and then?
Yeah, so there's various methods. So the one that is safest and what we think would be best for Arlington County would be using bait. So you pick a very safe location where you can carry out the operation. Bait would be in place, and the sharpshooters would be in a tree stand firing downward at short range onto that bait. So it's a very efficient method and one that makes it easy for the operator to perform well. Okay.
If colleagues will indulge with me, just a last question. So how do we ensure? So we received a lot of expertise, external expertise. Wildlife is a difficult thing, and overabundance of deer is a difficult issue, and it's discussed in literature a lot. There is, as far as I have read, and I have to confess I've not read too much, but I read some. There is a kind of a consensus that one method alone doesn't actually produce the results or durable results. There are two other elements. One is we have to continue the program. I mean, we have to continuously control the population and monitor. And secondly, we have to apply a always changing mix of methods, some of which you have already mentioned. So how do we ensure that we are best advised in what to do if a significant number of experts, et cetera, are actually connected with this industry? And how do we get external, assessment and advice that is safe to say it's, objective?
Yeah, so as far as adapting to changing circumstances, a key component of this program will be monitoring. So we're going to be continually bringing new data into the program, and then we can adapt from there. So if a method is not working, we would take that as an opportunity to step back and consult and find a new method. As far as tapping additional expertise, some of that expertise is consultants, which we have to pay for. So we'd have to go through some procurement. We can bring back an additional expert. We also have a great relationship with the state, who are wildlife experts, and they are here to freely support us and help us do this program in the safe and most effective way possible. We also have great relationships with the National Park Service, who are doing a similar program regionally and also using other methods of management as well. So we have a lot of resources in our peer network. We have consultants available, and we also have the peer-reviewed research that we can always turn to. There's always more research coming out, and we can turn to that as well.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Coffey.
Yeah, I think I was just interested, your slide 7 that compares our regional neighbors, to hear that Fairfax has been doing this since 1999, and Arlington, it's 2024 now. But, I just think that that difference is really interesting. They've been doing this. I have to assume they haven't had issues for 25 years, because I think we would have heard about that. But is there any kind of context you can give about Fairfax's experience with this method, or anything that we're taking into consideration based on their experience?
Yeah, so Fairfax is a fairly different context from Arlington. They have much larger parks. It's a much more rural character. And so they have actually chosen to prioritize public archery hunting because they have parks that they feel that they can safely have that kind of operation carried out on. Yeah. And the benefit of public archery hunt in that context is it's cheaper. You're not paying a professional. Like a volunteer will come and help reduce the population for you. So they've had great success with public archery, but again, that wasn't quite an appropriate method for Arlington. By understanding, they also do sharpshooting as well. I think the only difference for them is they actually use their police force to carry out those operations.
Okay, interesting. And then, I mean, I think also thinking about this in the regional context is important, as deer do not quite respect the local boundaries that I know of. And so, you know, to an extent, I imagine that our participation is going to help across the region, right? If Fairfax and Montgomery County and DC are making this effort, making sure that we're participating in that is going to make everyone a little bit more successful, right?
Yes, this is a collective action problem. So we all have a part to play, and the more people that participate, the better the problem will be regionally.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Great. Ms. Cunningham?
Just a quick follow-up on that same slide and topic. Can you share a little bit about how National Park Service, who has a lot of adjacent land to us, how they are managing and sort of what their timeframes are, and whether we would match that?
Yeah, so I don't want to speak off the cuff on the exact years that they started their program, but something like 2012, they started, and they focus primarily on sharpshooting because they have an in-house team, and again, they feel that's the safest and most effective way to reduce deer populations. And they're also the ones who have seen success at actually achieving forest regeneration through sharpshooting. So that started in Rock Creek Park. It's been so successful, they've been expanding it throughout the different parks and in Maryland, and I think actually a number of different parks recently.
Okay, good. Thank you. A few questions. So talking about the region, so what is Alexandria doing? Are they watching us closely and kind of thinking they might do what we do? I'm just kind of guessing.
I don't want to speculate on behalf of Alexandria. We have briefed them on our project as well as Falls Church. Neither of them have an active deer management program at the moment, but we're going to keep our lines of communication open, and if they choose to pursue something, we would love to work with them.
That sounds like a really good offer, which I might share with our colleagues. That sounds great. And I'm assuming Fairfax City, just because it's in the middle of Fairfax, that's the other little place that's not doing it right. That seems like not something to worry about. The deer meat. There's deer meat, and I believe our jurisdictions, I think that is processed. Could you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so there are processors regionally. So after the deer, after the sharpshooting, you would take the deer to be processed at these regional plants, and they render it safe for human consumption, and then you could distribute it however Arlington sees fit. I know National Park Service has had a lot of success with their donation program, and it's been a big part of their success story.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you. Another question, the census said 290 deer in 2021. Do we know how many we have now? Probably not, because you have to do a census with drones and everything,
so
right?
we're going to incorporate drone surveys into future monitoring efforts, so we'll have to do another drone survey to get a more accurate count of the population.
Thank you. That was my follow-up question. Is it a reasonable assumption there are more than 290 now? I assume the population just keeps...
Yes, that would be a reasonable assumption. So knowing what we know about deer populations in Virginia, if they do not have something suppressing them, they will naturally grow exponentially. So if you look at the growth curve in Virginia, it's an upward curve.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
so that would be a safe assumption.
Yeah, no, I think so. And then I think I have, one final question. Some of these I know the answer to, but it's always good to get it out there. We're not planning to eliminate deer, right? We're not planning to get rid of every last single deer, right?
No, so from the beginning of the project, we've been clear that deer, they're native to Arlington. They're an important part of our ecosystems. This is about bringing their population in balance with the environment so that they don't compromise the habitat for all the other plants and animals that we're trying to sustain here.
Exactly. And I think you made it, I liked the picture where you sort of took things out. That was pretty effective. Thank you. Those are all my questions. Colleagues, any other questions or anything? Thank you so very much for this good work. It's slow. There are going to be a lot more deer by the time we actually get to this program, and I know there'll be some difficult conversations, but it's really important work, so thank you.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it. Thank you. Mr. Schwartz, back to you.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, John and Jen. Next up, I wanted to ask Erica Moore to come up. She's our acting assistant county manager for communications and public engagement. As you know, today is primary day in Virginia. And there is an election day coming up in November, and county staff and also members of my office have been working with multiple departments, including the elections office. We were going to ask Gretchen to join us today, but we thought that might create an unnecessary level of stress for her.
That's good, not to do that there.
We've been working together with our regional counterparts to talk about preparations for the election. And we've been spending a lot of time thinking about this, about how to secure votes and how to make sure public safety interacts in a way that doesn't chill the ability to vote, but also secures our polling places. And as I said, we're going to be giving you updates on a monthly basis. So today's monthly update is going to be provided by Erica.
Thank you, appreciate it. As Mark said, my name is Erica Moore. I am the Acting Assistant County Manager for Communications and Engagement, and I am happy to be here with you today to talk through the work and the planning that we have been putting into looking ahead to the November elections here. And I'll be very brief, and then I welcome your questions. We've really been taking a three-pronged communication strategy approach, looking at that. We had a seminar in May looking at election preparedness, and I said there that if election day is the first time we're communicating about elections, then we've already lost. So proactive is really the first, and in some ways, some of the most important work that we will do on this, because we want to make sure that people know and feel confident in the work that we are doing to secure both the polling places where people will vote, as well as the votes themselves, as well as where they can find accurate information, where they can go if they're not sure if what they're hearing is correct, how they can get that from us. Excuse me. So, that for me is the biggest change from our typical election communications work, is making sure that we have that drumbeat going and people feel like they know where and when to hear from us and have that confidence by the time they're ready to go and cast their vote. And then, of course, the second prong is the general communications about the elections and election day, things that we do every single year: how and when to vote, where to vote, what's on your ballot, what you need to bring with you to vote, and of course, the ranked choice voting information, which we've already begun pushing out ahead of today's primary day, so people feel confident and understand what that is all about there. And then the third prong of that is the prong that we hope we perhaps never need to use. It is the if needed communications, things that may only apply to a specific situation that hopefully may not arise on election day. So this is things like if there's a power outage at a polling place, having that communications ready to go so we can push that out on election day. How to report issues, right? So if we don't want people calling 911, making sure people know how to report issues another way. We are working very closely with our partners within the organization to figure out what some of those messages would be, have them prepared, approved, ready to go should we need them, and hopefully we won't need them. But I think that is a very important piece. Just as we don't want to start communicating on election day, we also don't want to be scrambling on election day to try to put those communications together and get people there. All right, so we're taking a comprehensive communications approach to this. All of the things that we are working on will involve some combination of video, infographics, pushing things out on social media, using our e-newsletters and emails, and of course our website content. We are really focused on plain language, accessible language for folks, things that will be accessible to our diverse community here in Arlington. We also want to make sure that we're providing actionable data and very direct information for people. And one of the things here, recognizable faces. So we're working with some of our communication staff and our elections office staff to actually have them be on camera, on video in some of these proactive communications, so that if we do have to stand something up on election day, we can put that person on camera, and that will be a familiar face that somebody says, okay, I see this person, I know that that is actually somebody from Arlington County that is giving me the correct and true information. So I wanted to sort of build that person awareness as well as messaging awareness there. And then finally, as I've mentioned, this is an interdepartmental approach. We're taking the whole of government approach to this. So that means not just the county manager's office, our communications team here, but also, of course, the Office of Election and Gretchen's team. But we're also working with our public safety partners. We're working very closely with the Department of Public Safety, Communications, and Emergency Management, as well as the police department, and those departments and agencies like the Department of Parks and Recreation and Arlington Public Schools, whose facilities are used for polling places that people will go to on Election Day. Following that May seminar that I mentioned, we met already and started to talk about strategy and what those messages are that we want to get out, and we will continue to meet and coordinate on that, not only on the messaging themselves, but also on the rollout plan, and even looking ahead to Election Day, when Gretchen and her team will be very busy, and a lot of the leadership in the departments will be very busy, and so who's going to be responsible for what, and really having that all set and ready to go by the time we hit November. And of course, a big part of this always is using that equity lens and really trying to figure out how do we reach people in our community who perhaps don't have the digital resources to find the information or aren't as engaged with the county and so aren't used to receiving messages from us on any issue, but would go to the polling place on Election Day and vote. So how do we make sure we are reaching them? And that's part of the conversations that we're having. How can we leverage some of the resources that Arlington Public Schools has to reach their families? How can we use our other community trusted partners there? So as I said, just a brief overview on what we're doing. I'm sure when Mark comes back with his monthly updates, we will continue to update you and certainly make sure that anything we're sending out is out there for folks to see. But happy to take any questions that you may have.
Excellent. Thank you. Colleagues, questions for Ms. Moore? Yep. Okay. Max?
Thank you for being proactive and working in advance of a big election, a very big election, a very important election, not only big. One element that I found the last few years lacking a little bit in terms of how much people knew or trusted was the use of the ballot boxes outside. And I found out that a lot of our and if you combine that with the fact that currently the level of trust into our mail service is not great, still not great, I found last year that people went and they actually were casting their ballot in the ballot box. So is that a trend that we could reinforce and say this is a safe place, this is a monitored place, and this is a place where you absolutely should? If you are already if you receive your ballot through the absentee list, and you should use that.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't want to get ahead of Gretchen or any of the actual messaging, but yes, certainly that is something that we have already talked about. Is that really safety and security in all aspects of it? Everything from the actual voting machines to those ballot boxes. So that will absolutely be part of our messaging there, making sure everybody has that confidence when they go to cast their vote.
I would find it interesting as a sub-video or sub-explanation to just walk voters through how safe that is and who guarantees the safety and integrity of that.
Absolutely. We're letting Gretchen get through this week, but then we are already looking ahead to when we can get some time with her team, and really walking through their facilities and explaining, taking people a little bit behind the curtain there to kind of demystify it, and especially, in Arlington, how Arlington does it, right? And what we're doing for that safety and security. So absolutely.
Yes, Ms. Coffey.
Yeah, I'll add a little bit from other knowledge and experiences I have, which is that Virginia uses one of the most secure, highly supported voting election methods that exist, in terms of we have the paper ballot, which gets scanned, but we retain every single paper ballot gets retained, and so we have a trackable, traceable pathway of making sure no one votes more than once. If you did vote, you can verify that it got scanned and it got scanned successfully. When we do any kind of recount, we have all of those records. And so I think that to me is a really important part to share. I think in terms of using ranked choice voting for the general election, I know that Gretchen's office as the registrar, they do not make policy decisions. That's our call up here. And so I guess, can we talk a little bit about how we see voter education on that aspect playing out over the next few months? Because I know Gretchen can educate on the what and the how, and we may need to do a little bit more on the why.
Yes, so we have talked about that as another sort of three-pronged approach between you all, as you said, on the policy and the why, and her office on the how, and then us and CMO and on the communication side, on the operational side, amplifying that message and providing information that perhaps the registrar can't, the Office of Elections can't by law, but providing that additional what and information for people. So we've been working with David and obviously Gretchen and her team to talk through how we sort of spread out the responsibility to make sure everybody gets the information that they need and gets the questions answered.
Great.
So.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
That's great. Couple of questions. Back with Arlington Alert, I assume if the power's out or something like that Arlington Alert would be one way to get that information out, correct? Just wanted to check that, thank you. And then you had when to call 911, but there's another number to call, but you didn't put it up there because you're not ready yet? I mean, I'm just wondering.
Because we want to make sure that we're working with DIPSCOM, our Department of Public Safety Communications and Emergency Management, on the exact messaging and when we want to direct people to that. Because we also don't want to put out, don't call 911, call this number beforehand too early, because that can get confusing. But yes, the idea being that we want to make sure that people know all of the different ways that they can report issues and contact authorities and the county without using the 911, so that stays open for true emergencies.
Excellent,
Yes.
excellent, thank you. And the videos with recognizable personnel, that seems like a great idea. Is there a way to do a marker or something so you can know that it's not a deep fake? Because we can get those out there, then it's really easy to copy, right? Is there some way of doing that? Do we know?
I would have to look to our video team for how we could do that. I'm not sure. I'm not going to pretend to know all the
Right.
technical information, but certainly I think having people out there, having them live, knowing that they're a real human, I think that goes a long way. And I think we're talking about resurrecting some of the things like the Q&As we used to do during the COVID-19 pandemic and about the vaccine, to let people know information that really just put a human face on that. So certainly can check with them if there's anything, but everything will be fully branded and on all of those.
Yeah,
So.
which is great. No, we just want to make sure that somebody else doesn't take it, put out that same face with the message they want and brand it the way we would and just confuse everything. So I know that's a possibility, but hard to counteract, but important to think about. Thank you. Great that we're getting ready ahead. And Mr. Schwartz, thank you for doing these messages regularly. We should be well ready by the time we get to November. Thank you. Colleagues, I think that's it. Anything else? All right. Mr. Schwartz, anything else that you have for us here? All right.
That concludes my report.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Moore, very much. And I think that brings us to moving into our closed session. And I would like to move that the county board convene a closed meeting as authorized by Virginia Code Sections 2.23711A37 and 8 for the following purposes: discussion of the acquisition of real property for a public purpose where discussion in an open meeting would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the public body, and consultation with the county attorney regarding a specific legal matter requiring the provision of legal advice. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All right, thank you. We are now in closed session, and we will return no earlier than 6:45 this evening for the rest of our meeting. Actually, it says
6:30.
6:30.
Oh, my notes say 6:45, so I read my notes. Thank you. Anyone paying attention? No earlier than 6:30.
Yeah.
It still might be 6:45, depending. Thank
That
you.
was vestigial for
Yeah.
last. Okay. I'm Tax Cardones. I'm the Vice Chair on behalf of, sitting in on behalf of our Chair, Libby Garvey. She had to momentarily leave for to care about her mother, and she will be back, so I will start the meeting now, and I will start with the certification for the closed session that we just had. So I'm gaveling in the meeting of the Arlington County Board, and I move that the members of the county board certify that at the just concluded closed session, first, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements under Chapter 37, Title 2.2 of the Code of Virginia, and second, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened, were heard, discussed, or considered by the board. If there is a second? Second by Board Member Cunningham. Mr. Clerk, can you call the roll, please?
Of course. Ms. Garvey, absent.
Is he absent right now?
Yep. Mr. Carantonis?
Yes,
Mr. DiFerranti?
he's
Absent.
absent.
Ms. Coffey?
Yes.
Ms. Cunningham?
Yes.
Thank you. We will keep this vote open until Ms. Garvey returns and she can certify. Mr. DiFerranti was not here for the entirety of the meeting because he is on leave today. So the board is back in open session right now, and we will proceed with the items that were removed from the consent agenda for our regular meeting. That was last Saturday. These items are number 12, Tindale Christian School, and number 11 and 13, the Clarendon, the Mr. Days and Laley. The procedure provides that we will hear public comment and public testimony to all the above items and items that I just mentioned, 12, 11, and 13. In a row right now. The reason for that is that the County Board has already considered these items before they agreed on the consent agenda. So we have gone through the deliberation internally to figure out whether we would have any reason to put them on public, on the regular hearing. So since we didn't do that right now, but new insights have emerged, and members of the public want to testify on these, and so therefore the items were pulled for the consent agenda. Now we will hear the public testimony to all the above, so to item 12 first, and then to item 11 and 13 a second. So Mr. Kushner, can you please call the speakers? Do we have any speakers? I believe we do.
We do. One moment, please.
Can we proceed? To clarify, we are now hearing first speakers on item number 12, Tindale Christian School, correct?
All speakers. We will hear all speakers,
All
followed by
speakers.
all items. Our first public comment, our first speaker is Mark Salvatelli, followed by Michael Horn.
Go ahead, Mr. Savitelli.
Well, good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Mr. Savitelli, you can adjust the height on your right side. You will have the little buttons, and yes, your microphone is on, so we can hear. Oh, I'm very sorry about that. Just don't try it again.
All right, hopefully you can hear me.
Yes,
Good
we
evening,
do.
and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I appreciate hearing from you that the county has taken a look at this issue and decided that there is additional public comment. Because you're going to hear from a number of my neighbors this evening that will show that there's a lot of reason for additional comment. We have a lot of concerns about the application from the Tindale Public School. You're going to hear about parking issues, problems with the actual permitting and the information that was available to the public, safety issues, in addition to parking as well, too. There are a number of issues with this application that, at a minimum, we ask that the county delay this at least 30 days, but we also ask that you consider to outright deny this request. And I'm going to start tonight with two issues that I think you need to be exceptionally mindful of. The first is that the Lion Park community is small. North Barton Street in particular, where this is located at the 700 block, is a very narrow stretch of Barton Street. Yet in this block, we have Metro Bus that comes by, we have Art Bus, Georgetown Bus, other public transportation that uses this. I can't tell you how many cars that are parked there get hit all the time. So much so that we had to lobby the county to have white stripes painted just to help navigate because it is so narrow to get by. In addition to that, there's also been innumerable accidents, some that have garnered a lot of press. You may remember the drunk driver that plowed into a Metro bus station in the 700 block, which, by the way, is right across the street from where this happened. Completely condemned to home. I personally witnessed a drunk driving accident that put a car over the curb into the grass where the kids are supposed to play at this school. Yet you're going to find a school that has no fencing out front where they propose children to play. This is crazy. I can cite you numerous accidents on Barton Street, but I'm pretty sure that you're very familiar with the accident data within the county. And I would encourage you, if you're not, to take a look at what it is for North Barton. But in a small residential area, zoned just for residential, a narrow street with incredibly heavy traffic, this isn't for a commercial enterprise. The county right now has a 25% vacancy rate in commercial space in the Roslyn-Ballston corridor. The vacancy rate in National Landing is 26%. In these areas of the county, they're equipped for the type of traffic that's going to pull in and out every day. You have 130 cars that are going to pull in to this area on Barton Street at 7:30. I and my neighbors are never going to be able to get out for work. If you saw the traffic that was there for the 50 construction bridge on 10th Street, it was backed up for blocks. Blocks.
Mrs. Savitelli, thank you for your testimony.
Our next speaker is Michael Horn, followed by Gayla Horn.
Good evening. I'm Michael Horn of 713 North Barton Street, across from the proposed school. I support LPCA's request that the board defer decision on this permit. I believe the board also needs this time to consider aspects of the permit request not covered in the staff report. Referring to item 3 in the supporting documents, the parking and circulation plan, as described in the applicant's statement of justification, quote, vehicles will enter onto the site from traveling southbound on North Barton Street, circulate through the driveway behind the building and onto the public alleyway in a horseshoe fashion, and exit through a right turn onto North Barton. Condition A to the staff report says one school staff member will be stationed at the North Barton entrance. Excuse me. Applicant has told LPCA that a second staffer will also be at the exit from the alley onto North Barton. This should be added to condition 8. And assuming one staff member is with the students in the building, that leaves only one of the initial full-time staff to supervise loading and unloading, so it will be a slow process. If vehicles stop to pick up a drop-off at the covered entrance at the northwest corner of the proposed school, only 5 to 7 vehicles can queue in the lot. This will quickly back up arriving vehicles on the North Barton, blocking Art, WMATA, and Arlington Public School buses and residents' driveways. If vehicles pull further in the lot to increase queuing and alleviate those backups, this will require students to navigate around the parked and moving cars, a potential safety hazard. Applicant does not state which door students will use, so it's hard to analyze the queuing plan. The staff report also doesn't discuss the use of the public alley. According to the zoning ordinance, an alley is, quote, a public thoroughfare less than 30 feet wide that is usually used as a secondary means of vehicular access to abutting lots and not intended for general circulation traffic. The alley currently gets very little traffic except for residents using it as the ordinance intends. We walk our dogs daily in this alley and can't remember the last time we encountered a moving vehicle. Applicant now proposes to use it for general circulation by 20 to 60 plus vehicles twice a day as the school expands to its use permit capacity. Applicant should have submitted a request to modify the zoning ordinance for this use. Increased use will take take a toll on the alley's aging pavement, and there is no county snow removal in the alley. Applicant told LPCA that the school would be willing to pave the alley and pay for snow removal, but that is not reflected in the permit conditions. I request that the board defer action on this use permit and direct county staff to work with the applicant to better describe pickup and drop-off, modify Condition 8 as mentioned, provide an analysis of the vehicle queuing and backups onto North Barton, request a zoning modification for general circulation in the alley, and account for maintenance and snow removal there. Thank you for your time.
Ms. Horn, I assume, right?
Next speaker is Kayla Horn, followed by Anne Marie Salvatelli.
So, I'm Gayla Horn. I live at 713 North Barton Street. Approval of this use permit seems premature as so much important information has not yet been provided. Further, as of last night, the documents available on the county website are not the current versions. The following information is lacking but needed: a traffic analysis and transportation management plan, as promised in the statement of justification, showing the impact of school traffic on North Barton and surrounding streets with mitigation measures if needed. A use permit specifically for their planned alley use, given that the applicant's traffic flow scheme utilizes the alley adjacent to the site, and that the zoning ordinance states that alleys are not intended for general traffic circulation. A written commitment to alley maintenance, a plan detailing how they intend to enforce their stated horseshoe traffic flow, a waste management and loading plan given the requested waiver of the loading dock requirement, a current certified plat or site plan, the one submitted is decades old, a viable parking plan which does not rely on public parking, including a written agreement for the discussed satellite parking needed to supplement the inadequate on-site parking, information regarding comparable sites that have received similar parking and traffic zoning changes, clarification of the intended use of the small house on the site for administrative use or private rental in case there are zoning implications. The staff report does say that some of these documents can be provided after the use permit is granted, but that seems backwards since this information is what the community needs to assess and the board needs to make a decision on the use permit. There are other irregularities and anomalies. It is my understanding that signs go up after a use permit is granted, yet the applicant put theirs up months ago. It was January, I think. Their statement of justifications twice states that their plan is not anticipated to have any adverse impact to Barton Street or the surrounding neighborhood, but offers no data or support for those assertions. The staff report has a few anomalies as well. A map on page 6 shows Zone 6 parking extending well into the 700 block of North Barton. However, only the 800 block is owned. An on-site playground is mentioned in page 9. I've lived across the street from the site for 20 years and have never seen a playground. The report does not address any traffic issues or even mention the word traffic. It does not address any issues associated with the alley or even mention the word alley. The report dated 13 June and published 14 June declaratively states 3 times that the board already approved the use permit on June 15th, and so on. In conclusion, I support LPCA's position and join them in requesting a deferral so that the applicant may address these deficiencies. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for
I have time left.
You have,
So they may address these deficiencies.
you had like 20 seconds.
And so that the board, staff, and community will have time to review and assess a complete and accurate use permit request. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you so much for testifying today, Ms. Horn.
Our next speaker is Allison Cohen, followed by Liz Marin. Oh,
I
I'm so
have,
sorry. Our
Ms.
next speaker is
Salvatelli.
Anne Marie Salvatelli, followed by Allison Cohen.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
We apologize for this small snafu.
Good evening. As a resident of 723 North Barton Street, I am concerned about the traffic patterns that will be stemming from exceptional heavy increase in traffic during the pickup and drop-off vehicle trips that will happen in this low residential area. As a main artery for Arlington County, North Barton Street is already congested with bus routes from WMATA, ART, and Georgetown University buses. Looking at the ART and WMATA timetables, combined from 8 a.m. until 8:30 p.m., there are 10 to 12 buses total that will be on North Barton Street, half in each direction, or about 1 every 5 minutes. From 3:30 to 4:30, there will be 14 to 16 total, again, half each way, so every 7 to 8 minutes. If you look at car crashes by jurisdiction via a map on Virginia's TREDS website, you will see that since 2019, there have been 5 property damage accidents involving speed, alcohol, and distractions, and 1 pedestrian injury. Thank you very much for my time.
Thank you, Ms. Salvatelli.
Our next speaker is now Allison Cohen, followed by Liz Moran.
Hello, everyone. My name is Allison Cohen, and I live on the corner of 9th and Barton Street. So I see firsthand, there's a school bus stop on the corner of Cleveland and 9th Street, an Arlington public school bus stop that services, if I had to take a guess, I would say combined between the elementary stop and the high school stop, about 40 to 50 students, about half and half. I also witnessed the students coming from the Rocky Run Park area to that bus stop. So they have to cross 10th Street, and then they have to cross Barton to get to that bus stop. Imagining with a max capacity of 80 students, 50 additional cars during that same time period on Barton, the same time that other students are crossing the street to meet their bus, I just think that's untenable. We really need to think about a traffic management plan that can work in conjunction with the school bus stop, like I said, both elementary and high school on the corner of 9th and Cleveland. My secondary concern is the drop-off and pickup plan. So even if it works perfectly and they enter with a right-hand turn, they'll still have to go up Cleveland to come around Barton or come south on Barton. That puts them in the direct traffic of the students that I just mentioned on their way to the bus stop. And it is about the same time. If not, if it doesn't go according to plan and people coming in, let's say from Falls Church on 50, they'll be coming north on Barton, taking a left-hand turn into the school, which will back up traffic. I also have the privilege of being an educator, so I am this is hard because I am clearly very committed to education. But there is one thing that I know about education, and it is that teachers don't commute. We don't ride share, we don't share cars, we don't, sort of get together with our friends. And it's for very practical reasons. We're committed to our students. We want to be able to get there before school if a student needs help. We want to be able to stay after school. Those schedules don't always line up. I've known many teacher friends who have established plans to use public transportation and to carpool with others, and it has never worked out. So I know this board spent a lot of time really thinking carefully about a formula to use for residential and retail assumptions about public transit use. I would just urge you that that same consideration really doesn't apply to schools. Parents have busy schedules. They have practices. They have any number of after-school activities that really don't allow for public transportation to be used to drop off and pick up their kids from school. So in addition to teachers, I would also say that parents, and in my experience, I've witnessed this firsthand, they really don't use public transportation because of scheduling issues. I would also I have 1 second, so I will not continue. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Our next speaker is Liz Moran, followed by Aaron Johnson.
Hi, my name is Liz Moran. I want to thank you for your time for this. I live at 815 North Barton Street, and it'll be 30 years next year. The Tindale representatives have presented themselves to the community on multiple occasions as amateurs in this process. Even if that were true, it's no excuse for skirting the rules that apply to everyone else. In addition, it was a curious statement to tell the community because they have very exceptional legal counsel, and between the treasurer and the headmaster, they have about 20 years of experience running private schools, in particular Rivendell and Arlington. They have not been candid in their discussions with us. The Arlington County permit for the school's signage is pending. As the record states, additional information is required, yet the sign for the school has been up for months. Tindale appears to be in arrears in their business license, as the status for their non-stock corporation as of the 12th was inactive. Their paperwork for the neighborhood and for the county has not been up to date of their plans. Taken together, or each one of these individually is really not a big deal, but when you look at them in aggregate, it's a pattern, and that is concerning given they're not even on our street yet. I asked the county board to hold them to the same standards as anyone else. I pay my taxes on time, I pay my business expenses on time, and I expect that of anyone. I also want to mention traffic. You've heard a lot about it. I've been here for 30 years, and traffic has always been a touch point for Arlington, this part of Barton Street. You've heard of all the buses that we have going on there. When the buses pass each other, they kind of have to move over and let one go, then the other one. So I just want you to imagine if by chance someone happens to have their blinkers on as they're dropping someone off, what that will do and how that will create for traffic on the street. I'll note that there's a relatively new four-way stop sign on the corner of Barton and Pershing. And it backs up on Pershing, but even more so on Barton Street. It backs up from Pershing to 9th, which is 2 blocks. And so we've had backups that much in the past, in the recent past. And I believe that was part of the reason someone, I can't say it was the community, suggested the four-way stop sign. It was also during construction. The underdeveloped plan by Tindale and the parking exemption requested by Tindale will only exacerbate the traffic problem, a problem that our buses face daily. The rules the county established with regard to parking and land use were developed for a reason and with much thought and community input. Of course, there are needs for exceptions, but Tindale is not one of them. I support the LPCA review to defer the approvals until the community has a chance to review the updated plans.
Thank you, Ms. Moran. For the next speakers who are here in person, please make sure that you are close to the microphone when you speak. We could hear you very well, Ms. Moran, but just for the future. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Aaron Johnson, followed by Karen Seward.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak regarding the use permit for 712 and 716 North Barton Street. My name is Erin Johnson, and I have lived on North Barton Street for 5 years. I'm very concerned about the applicant's plan to open a school of 80 students and 9 staff members on this residential street. North Barton Street experiences heavy bus traffic with Metrobus, ART, Georgetown, and ACPS routes along the 700 block. The site is also located approximately 100 feet from the stop sign at North Barton and Pershing Drive. Each and every day, multiple cars run the stop sign. In the past week, I have personally had 2 close calls as both a pedestrian and a driver trying to cross Pershing Drive. Adding several dozen additional car trips a day during peak commuting hours will result in further congestion of the street and dangerous intersection, delay bus schedules, and increase safety concerns for pedestrians and cyclists alike. Neither the applicant nor the board report has addressed the impact that this additional traffic will have on the community and how the impacts could be mitigated. In addition, the applicant has not provided a solution for the lack of on-site parking. A 6-plex was just accepted for a parcel across from the school, and it will have the same number of off-street parking spaces as what is being proposed for a building that will house up to 90 students. The unrestricted parking spaces on North Barton Street are nearly continuously occupied. It is unrealistic to believe that teachers, parents, and others utilizing the school during and after hours will be able to park in these spaces on a consistent basis. The applicant should be required to obtain an agreement for adequate off-street parking during all hours of operation, not just for evening and weekend events. With these concerns in mind, I ask that the board defer voting on this use permit until the July meeting to give the Lyon Park community time to review the current proposal and develop a response. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Karen Seward, followed by James Seward.
Good evening. My name is Karen Seward. I have been a resident of North Barton Street, 820 North Barton Street, since 2005. And as you have heard from many of my neighbors, we firmly believe that there are many, many issues and conflicting information going on about the permit of the school. Since we've moved to the street, I'm not going to talk about the buses. Everybody's talked about the buses. I'm not going to talk about the traffic. But we have had a significant problem with speeders down our street. So much so that we've had, since the time that I've been there, we've had bump outs added to the corners of the street. We've had the white lines painted on the side. We've also had a speed hump added to the street. There is a significant amount of traffic on our street, and there is a significant amount of speeding infractions and things like that. One thing I wanted to point out about the alleyway that goes on the one side of the area that they're proposing the school is that it is extraordinarily narrow, even narrower than the alleyway that my house resides on. And there are 3 houses in the portion of the alleyway that they're suggesting people do the U-turn around with that are almost touching the alleyway. So I have significant concerns for the people that are living in these houses that they are going to experience some sort of traffic incident with this. The school has stated that they plan to use the parking spaces that are in front of the church in order to accommodate their teachers and students and things of that nature. The problem is that these parking spaces are almost always full. I don't understand how they expect to be able to use these parking spaces when they're already in use. I definitely support the diversity in schooling, both public and private in the county. Our two daughters actually go to two different high schools within the county. I think that Tindale should definitely be able to operate in the county, but I think that they need to have the proper location for their schooling, and this is definitely not it. So I would request that the county defer or deny this request. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Seward.
Our next speaker is James Seward, followed by David Andrukonis.
Right. I'm Jamie Seward and Karen's wife, or husband. So I live at 820, 820 North Barton. I've been there since 2005. I won't repeat what neighbors said. I agree with everything that's been said so far. I'll just flag two things. One is that this is in the context of another development coming through, and the Days Inn on Route 50 that's being developed will also bring yet another load of traffic through definitely Barton Street, no question about it. The traffic studies show that. And again, I think that the neighborhood, LPCA in particular, is on the LPCA board as this is being developed, very supportive of that development. So, again, I think what I hope comes through is that we're supporting these kind of community developments directly in our neighborhood, but we definitely will have a lot of traffic coming through from that as well. So it's not just the here and now, but also the future of what's coming through to us. And the only other thing I'd mention that would concern me is really about children's safety. I just don't see where 80 plus kids are going to be outside. And the little strip that's by the street is extremely small. You couldn't even put 80 kids on that strip of grass. So, it's just really, to me, it's not that we don't like kids around. We love hearing all the screaming and fun at the Bluebird School. It's right catty corner from us. But they have a very properly fenced in, safe, secure area for children. I don't see that there at this development site. I don't see how that's going to be put in. And if it is put in, it means there's not going to be any parking. So I'm just not sure how all this will play out. But I think that's a major concern to me because, of course, we want the children in the neighborhood, but we want them safe. That street isn't safe. We never let our kids play in the front yard. And on that street side, we'd bring them someplace else. So I just want to flag those two particular issues. So thank you for your time. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Seward.
Our next speaker is David Andrukonis, followed by Kate Anania.
Thank you for the pronunciation. Got it exactly right. My name is David Andrukonis, and I'm here to briefly speak in favor of Tindale's requested use permit. I am the proud grandfather of 3 girls who are planning to attend Tindale in September and are very excited about it. I'm a lifelong resident of Arlington County. I won't say how many years that is. Eisenhower was president, though. It's Dwight Eisenhower, and care deeply about this county. I've coached baseball in Arlington for over 30 years and taught here for almost 20 years. I'm thrilled that Tindale is opening to provide a Christian school so close to where we, our grandchildren, and their friends live. The idea of using an existing church and classrooms was also exciting, and several future students have already participated in the hard work of getting the building ready for school in September. I think that's good for them. Maintaining the building and grounds is part of the school's commitment to be a good neighbor and a valued member of the community. I do understand that there will be restrictions on parking, and I have no doubt that the families of Tindale School will comply with them. Again, I know almost all of the families who will have kids in Tindale this September, and they want our neighbors to be happy that we're there. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening in favor of Tindale's request for the use permit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Andrukonis. The next one?
Our next speaker is Kate Anania, followed by John Carton.
Hi. Hi, I'm Kate Anania. I live at 724 North Barton Street. That's the house directly next to the church, so we overlook the church from our property. I'm also a mom. I have a 6-year-old son, so very familiar with his age range and what they're interested in getting into on the church property. I'm going to echo what my neighbors have said. Our street is extremely busy. I do not let my 6-year-old in our front yard unsupervised because it is dangerous. I have seen neighbor children kick balls into the street. An art bus, thankfully well-trained driver, stopped right in front. Ball didn't get hit. The kid also didn't get hit because they had a fence and the kid couldn't run into the street. There is no fence in front of this church. I don't let my son play in front of the church. There is a slope on the lawn going towards the street. So the natural direction of all play and all play activities, including rolling balls, is into the street. I would never let my son play on that front space without direct, very close supervision of me there, definitely not 80 children. My next concern, you have also heard, is with the traffic pickup and drop-off plan. My son is currently enrolled in Long Branch. We love it very much. It's obviously a well-established school. It has a crossing guard. It has 5th grade safety officers. It has multiple staff people that help with traffic and parking. My husband is a disabled combat veteran and needs to park to do drop-off in the handicap spot. He has had, unfortunately, kind of awful dealings with people doing drop-off and parking in the handicap spot and him being unable to park there. We've had to engage with the administration of the school and with the police to make sure that he's able to access. And this is a school with a well-established pickup drop-off routine. All the parents should know at this point, this is not a new system, and we have problems navigating this system. If this is a new program with no plan in place, is there going to be a crossing guard on the already busy 4-way stop? What are you doing with the foot traffic? What if someone is in a rush and doesn't want to take the left-hand turn? Are they going to drop their kid off and let their kid cross across the street? It's not safe. It's not a safe street. I'm thankful we have a fenced-in backyard for my son to play in, but I would not want children playing in the front of that school or even to the side because, as it's been pointed out, there is no fenced-in area. It is right next to other people's houses. There's no safety guards in place. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anania.
Our next speaker is John Carton, speaking to the Mr. Days and Laylee's restaurant use permits, followed by Jay Brodsky, similarly speaking to Mr. Days and Laylee's restaurant.
My name is John Carton. I'm with the Lion Village Citizens Association. Neighbors in Lion Village continue to experience loud music at night from various Clarendon bars. The enforcement of use permit violations recently has been almost non-existent. Code enforcement, which is charged with enforcement, work 8 to 4 Monday through Friday. The police do their best for nighttime violations, but they consider it a low priority, as they should, and most of the officers on the street don't know what the use permit conditions are. Code enforcement needs to work Friday, Saturday, and Sunday nights if they are to continue as the enforcers of noise and other use permit violations. Otherwise, enforcement will continue to be almost non-existent. Mr. Days is reopening after a long absence. Our request is that on weeknights, Sunday through Thursday nights, live entertainment ended at 10 p.m. Sunday through Thursday are work nights for most people and school nights for kids roughly 10 months of the year. Ending at 10 tends to send people home at an earlier hour. Lion Village experiences a lot of post-bar activity, such as loud, boisterous people walking or staggering to their cars, loud cars racing out of the neighborhood, driven by inebriated individuals, and last but not least, people passed out on neighbors' front steps and porches. We request the board's attention to these issues that affect our neighborhood every weekend night. We met last week with Laylee in the car company and the operators, and we expressed our concerns, and they said they would be happy to limit their live entertainment Sunday through Thursday nights, cut it off at 10 o'clock. So they're willing to do that. I'd also like to reflect a moment on the Clarendon live entertainment meetings that are currently held once every 6 months. At these meetings, each bar is supposed to be represented so they can receive updates from a variety of county agencies, including public health, police, fire, zoning, and code enforcement. The surrounding neighbors are also invited to attend and provide feedback on any recent experience. At last month's meeting, only about a third of the bars attended. Up until the last 2 meetings, code enforcement was a no-show about 50% of the time at these meetings. We'd like to see these meetings held quarterly as they used to be and see a requirement for all boards to be at every meeting. We'd also like to see code enforcement be more proactive in their monitoring of the use permits, work weekend nights, and work with the surrounding neighborhoods to address their concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carden.
Our next speaker is Jay Brodsky, followed by Laura Morgan.
Good evening. My name is Jay Brodsky, and I've lived at the border of Clarendon and Lion Village since 2006. I'm here to speak about the live entertainment permits issued to a number of Clarendon establishments, including 2 on the consent agenda this evening. The process by which these permits are crafted and the lack of enforcement of their terms requires your attention. I live in a solid brick home built in 1929, and yet inside that home, with the windows sealed tight, I can regularly hear the amplified music and shouting from bars more than 600 feet away. There are DJs performing on rooftops without authorization, windows and doors open to the evening sky despite the permit terms that prohibit this, live entertainment playing well outside the hours allowed. It's clear to the management at these local establishments that county government staff is stretched thin, and the terms in their permits can be ignored. This lack of enforcement means that I and my neighbors have to convince bar managers, each trying to make her nightly numbers, that they should follow the rules negotiated and approved in this room. But why is that our job as Arlington citizens? I've tried to engage the county government. I've called the ACPD, exchanged numerous emails with representatives from zoning and code enforcement, met with beat cops and police supervisors at a community outreach event, talked to a code inspector on the phone and in person, and yet the problems continued. I tried filing official complaints, but my zoning and code enforcement complaints are routinely closed because photo and video documentation of clear violations that I submit don't count as evidence unless a county staffer sees or hears the offending activity. Yet enforcement staff isn't generally working weekends when the problems occur, and the police department has other issues here and across the county keeping them busy. When they are able to come, they've told me that due to staffing limitations, sound complaints just can't be prioritized. Several weeks ago, I attended and spoke at a meeting of the Clarendon Live Entertainment Group. This is the venue you designed to remind businesses of the rules they operate under and provide a forum for neighbors and businesses to work out their issues. It's a requirement of a live entertainment permit in Clarendon that a manager of each establishment attend the meeting. And yet, more than 50% of the bar managers weren't even there. Open windows, outdoor live entertainment, rooftop speakers active after 10 p.m., failure to display placards, live entertainment outside prescribed hours, failure to attend the CLEG meeting. There seems to be little point to issue permits with carefully negotiated restrictions if they aren't going to be followed and the county isn't going to enforce them. To be clear, I have no issue with the 2 establishments seeking a permit this evening, and I wish them and their peers in Clarendon much business success. But a hollow permit process provides neither them nor other local businesses nor us residents an equitable result. I urge you to make clear from the top of county government down that the rules this body approves matter and must be enforced.
Mr. Brodsky, sorry that I have to interrupt you. Your time is up. Is it the last sentence?
Yeah, it was.
It was.
I thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Laura Morgan, speaking again to Tindale, followed by Juan Otero, speaking to Mr. Days and Laley Restaurant.
Hello, my name is Laura Morgan. I'm a 4th-generation Arlingtonian,
product of Arlington Public Schools, parent of 3, an educator. I used to work in Arlington Public Schools, and I'm here to speak briefly in favor of Tindale's requested use permit. I have 3 little children, including 1 child who I plan to send to Tindale in the fall for kindergarten. I support diverse choices in education, including specialized teaching, low-tech and classical options like what Tindale will offer. I'm also excited because it is the kind of school that not only would I want to send my children, but also where I would hope to work someday when I go back to the classroom. And I think it's wonderful that it's here in my local community, Arlington County, where I'm happy to raise 5th-generation Arlingtonians. I'm grateful that Tindale is opening to provide a Christian school option close to where I live and where other members of the community live. And I really appreciate that they're using an existing location, a church building. I believe that my children would receive an excellent education at Tindale and learn the importance of caring for and giving back to their community, the most important being the one right outside Tindale's front doorstep in Barton Street and our neighbors there. I'm happy that, again, that I'm getting to raise my children in Arlington. The 5th generation, thank you for the opportunity to speak in favor of Tindale's use permit.
Thank you, Ms. Morgan.
Our next speaker is Juan Otero, speaking to Mr. Days and Laley, followed by Ann Bodine, speaking to Tindale.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My neighbor Jay, who just spoke prior to me, we are literally across the street and have been living parallel lives with the lack of enforcement and the what I affectionately call the not it game. I cannot adjudicate what kind of neighbors Mr. Day and the Lively restaurant would be, but I can adjudicate on the fact that the process is broken. As Jay mentioned, it has been upon the neighbors. We have followed the process. We have called, we have met with the neighbors, we have tried to speak to the businesses to no avail. I would ask the county to seriously reconsider, take a look, participate, whatever it is, to reevaluate your permitting processes, because frankly, it's broken. And it's upon the neighbors, as John Carton mentioned, the degree to which this is put upon us to clean up our yards and deal with the drunks and the violence that is happening on Wilson Boulevard. Our police are doing the best that they can, but this can't be the vision, and this can't be the kind of county that we want to live in. The open air nightclubs that are going from 2 o'clock during the day to perhaps 1:30 or 2:30 know that there's no enforcement. And I will have to say that my neighbors collectively, we are at a loss at what it's going to take for meaningful enforcement. I will also make note, during the live entertainment meeting, a representative of the county made very clear the concern about litigation against the county when it came to enforcement. I was jarred by that statement, that was actually articulated as opposed to enforcement of the rules. We love our neighbors, we love our police, we want to have a process that's clear, transparent, and accountable. We clearly do not have that, and the bad offenders that are out there are well aware of that. So we believe the county board needs to engage and really take a step back and really think through, is the type of county, are these permits bringing the value add, or are they really destroying the county? The 10:30 to 1:30 shows no regard for folks that have to get up in the morning and go to work on a Monday, or take their kids, or what have you. So I can keep going in terms of what we've been going through in Lyons Village, but my comments reflect Jay and John's, and I do hope that the county board will actually engage in their process and their oversight responsibilities, as it is way overdue. Thank you for the time to be heard.
Thank you, Mr. Otero.
Our next speaker is Ann Bodine, followed by Ann Tomlinson. If you give me just a moment to cue the slides.
Thank you. Can you hear me? We have some slides.
Yes. We expect them to be displayed momentarily. Here they are.
Okay, great. So good evening.
Mr. Vice Chair, members of the board, my name is Ann Bodine. I'm representing Line Park Citizens Association. I'd like to thank you all, and I'd like to thank Ms. Johns of the school, and I'd like to thank my neighbors for coming out tonight. We're asking for a deferral. We're not saying we can't get to yes, but the process here didn't allow us to bridge the gaps or not even to have the knowledge of what was going on. We learned in February about the project. It included 14 on-site spaces. We told the county in April we didn't have any objection. Fast forward, the project was markedly changed, and we were never notified. I'll spare you the details. That we only found out when the community came to us and saw these posted notices that said people could speak. However, they weren't even allowed to speak because it was on the consent agenda. And the materials linked here are out of date, don't include the updated parking plans. Next slide. I want to give you an idea of what this looks like. It's a small area. I know you don't all live in single-family homes. This is a single-family EHO neighborhood. You can see the two houses behind. It's equal to 2 or 3 lots in the neighborhood. So if you were to develop by right, that could be maybe 3 4-plexes. That would be the maximum development. That would be 12 apartments times 2, 24 parking spaces on this site. But we're going to put in a school here for up to 130 people, and we're only going to end up with 4 spots. You see these sliced diagonal areas? That was the existing parking, and the changed plan that happened after we were briefed is that they were told that they had to reestablish the 10-foot setbacks, and 10 of those parking spaces have gone away. I think we can all agree that there's some common sense solutions here, and a 1-month delay is going to let us find those. And we're asking that you take the 1-month delay, you let the applicant file for a variance, and we get those parking spaces back. Next slide. Okay, these are the 4 spaces I said are the only conforming spots for a school that's going to grow to 135 students. You see the zoning code requires 13 spots for 80 and 22, and we have 3 plus 1 handicap spot. I understand the staff says there's mitigating options, but we believe that there's a better way to get to yes. We need that 1-month time frame, and we hope that you will agree. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bodine.
One moment, please. Our next speaker is Ann Tomlinson, followed by Emily Rankin.
Good evening. My name is Ann Tomlinson, and I'm here in support of Tindale's requested use permit. My husband and I have lived in Arlington for 5 years and have 3 young children. We love living here. It's beautiful. The parks are great. You can tell a lot of thought and intention has gone into planning, and it is an urban area, which comes with its challenges, but we absolutely love living here. We think it's the best place to raise our family. Our 2 oldest children will be attending Tindale this fall, and we are beyond thankful to have this option for their education close to where we live. And I don't have any concerns about them attending school on North Barton Street. Again, I realize it's an urban area. I also live on a highly trafficked road, and it's just a fact of life here where we live. There are a lot of people and not a lot of space. And my family shares in Tindale's commitment to being a good neighbor and to serving our community, and we look forward to involving our children in these endeavors and helping them build something and feel a part of Arlington. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in favor of this requested use permit.
Our next speaker is Emily Rankin, excuse me, followed by Michael Kernoodle.
Hello. Thank you for your time, board members. I am a current renter at 727 North Barton Street. That's currently an unzoned area on North Barton. I am very happy to have that area for parking, as well as my housemates are and my neighbors. And people that are using the businesses on North Pershing, they tend to park there as well. That being said, it is extremely tricky to find parking on that street. I oppose the use permit for a school because we cannot support the parking that is needed for the school when it comes to staff and parents. As someone who struggled in school, I would not be where I am today without dedicated teachers spending time before and after school. I am for education in the area. I just wanted to accommodate student, teachers, parents, and the neighbors around the school. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michael Kernoodle, followed by Morna Comium.
First of all, that's 1-0. 1-0. Kernodle. Common mistake. It's 1-0.
We apologize for that.
No, it happens all the time. I have to correct people all the time.
It shouldn't happen here anyway. So
Thank you so much. Thank you, members of the board, for allowing us to speak. I'm speaking in favor of Tindale. I'm the pastor of the church that owns the property that Tindale intends to meet at. And our church has been there for right around 50 years. I've been the pastor of that church for the last 13 years. And I've lived right on North Cleveland, right behind the church, up until last year for 12 of those years. And so what we learn in our business, we don't always get to grow the way that we want to. And so what we found is that smaller congregations like ours get involved in what we like to call creative partnerships, where we find groups and individuals and organizations that are like-minded like us. Tindale just happens to be one of those organizations. And one of the things that we've always considered when we get involved, and as a church, is what kind of impact those activities in our church will have on the neighborhood. And I can tell you with a degree of certainty that when we met the people from Tindale last year, one of their early concerns was how the neighborhood was going to be impacted by their presence. And so that's been an overarching theme throughout this whole process for us, to make sure that the impact to the neighbors and the neighborhood and the Lion Park community are mitigated on a low level. So as far as parking and traffic and things like that, I would ask the board not to preemptively penalize the school for things that have not yet happened. And so I can speak to their character. They're concerned about the neighborhood. They were concerned about the neighbors, and that was something that happened very early on. And so I place the utmost confidence in them in being able to come to a solution to these things. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kernoodle.
Our next speaker is Morna Comeau, followed by Adrian Salyards.
Thank you. My name is Morna Comeau, and I want to thank you for giving me this chance to talk in favor of the new Tindale School on Barton Street here in Arlington. I was born and raised here in Arlington, and I'm a product of Arlington Public Schools. So is my husband and his 90-year-old mother before him, as well as our own 3 adult children. 2 of our children live in Arlington and are raising 3 of our grandchildren. I'm excited for these grandchildren to have the opportunity to be part of this little school, whose aim is to educate the whole person to maturity, cultivating habits of heart, mind, body, and service for the good of themselves and the wider community. Professionally, I work as a consultant for the Highlands Company. For my clients, I administer a comprehensive ability battery followed by a consultation. The idea is that as clients understand how they're wired, they'll be able to offer more of themselves optimally to their studies or to their career. Part of this comprehensive assessment includes learning styles. We know that we're each able to recognize our own unique learning styles. We are much easier to lean into those, and then learning becomes easier, it becomes more fun, more rewarding, and certainly more hopeful. I'm grateful that with choices like Tindale and other small schools in the county, kids will be able to optimize their personal learning styles for their own sakes and for the sakes of others. I'm very excited about the prospect of Tindale School being located in this historic Arlington neighborhood. I know several of the families who have chosen Tindale as the community where they want to educate their children. I respect their decision to choose a traditional education model, and I love that they want to be part of this neighborhood. I can't imagine better neighbors on North Barton Street than the Tindale School. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Adrian Salyards, followed by Andrew Rude, speaking to the Mr. Days and Laley restaurant use permits.
Hi, my name is Adrian Salyards, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Tindale School. So I live in Roslyn, and I've been living here for about 10 years. I have a 4-year-old and I have an infant, and I toured Tindale 2 weeks ago. I was thrilled when I found out that this school was opening right in the heart of my community. It just felt like such a surprise, and I was so excited to see that. My husband lost the ability to drive 2 years ago, so out of necessity, we adapted to having our e-bike be the primary way we get around in Arlington. So the fact that Tindale is located within a well-protected bike lane network was a huge draw for us. It meant that I would be able to safely get my kids there, and my husband would be able to as well. So when I came for the tour 2 weeks ago, 2 things stood out to me from my conversation with the head of school. First, she was extremely knowledgeable about everything in the immediate vicinity of the school. She was aware of everything that was happening, and she was clearly very invested in ways that the school could contribute and give back. And when I brought up the fact that there's a bus stop right in front of the school, she enthusiastically started telling me about the Arlington's student bus voucher program and how we would be able to get our students using this, which is something that is very important to me, that my children are able to use the art buses easily. So that felt like a huge sign. Wow, like this school's very invested in Arlington programs. So especially when I think about everything that could be here in its place, the fact that we have a small, independent, local school of parents that want to send their kids here, I feel lucky. You know, this is a group of parents that are choosing to have their kids' childhoods take place right here. These are going to be people that are invested. So I do want to take a note to say that I share the concerns about traffic and safety. That's something that's extremely dear to my heart. You know, 10th Street in particular continues to make the news for crashes. Every time I ride on 10th Street, I breathe a sigh of relief that I made it. So I couldn't agree more. And I just want to make a note that Arlington County has been making tremendous strides with its Vision Zero program. And I feel so much safer when I put my kids on the bike these days. So thank you. So when I kind of look at the whole scheme of things and the fact that Vision Zero is making real improvements, when I look at just opening one school, it doesn't seem that the way that we can improve pedestrian safety and cyclist safety is by delaying the school. I think we have the opportunity to let these parents and these educators open something new and exciting while we continue Vision Zero alongside it.
Thank you, Ms. Salyards. And meanwhile, our chair is back.
Sorry.
We are about to conclude with our public testimony, and after that, we will take your votes or certify your participation in the
Thank you, Mr.
closed session.
Karantonis.
All right, our next speaker is Andrew Rood, joining us to speak to Mr. Days and Laley Restaurant, followed by Dana Small.
Yeah, hi. Can you hear me?
We can.
Yes.
Yes, hi. My name is Andrew Rood. I'm a resident of Lime Village. I've been a resident of Arlington since 1983, and I've been in the Lime Village neighborhood since 1988. And I'd like to echo some of the comments that my neighbors have made regarding the noise coming from establishments in the Clarendon area and the lack of enforcement, and what I would say a relatively dysfunctional system for enforcement of live entertainment permits in the area. I think things have gotten a little bit better in the neighborhood. For the most part, most of the establishments abide by the terms of their permits, but there are a handful that don't, and they blatantly violate the terms. Things have gotten better a little bit because I think one establishment is basically going out of business. And with a second one, enforcement had gotten better after neighbors for months following the established procedures established for contacting the police and code enforcement in attempts to rein in the noise. And also a rather contentious and vocal meeting of the Clarendon Live Entertainment Group. Since then, things have gotten better. However, there are still several establishments in the area that continue to violate the terms of their use permits. And the reason why they do that, because they realize that there is no enforcement of the existing terms and conditions. So until such time as the county has a procedure in place and the staff in place, as well as the willingness to enforce the terms of the use permits, I do not think this is the time to approve further live entertainment permits in Clarendon. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rood.
Our next speaker is Dana Small, followed by Siobhan Dupuy.
Hi, hello. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to you this evening. I chose to live in Arlington for the past 32 years because I want to live in a walkable, sustainable, and diverse community with excellent public transportation. But the continued noise from live entertainment is a real quality of life issue that makes me want to head for the hills. Jay Brodsky detailed the steps we've taken to engage with the county. That really should be all you need to hear to know there's a problem. Venues have continued to have live outdoor entertainment live, and just blatantly ignore their permitted hours of operation, even after they have been issued notice of violations from the county, because they know that they can violate the permit conditions multiple times without having their permits revoked. While I don't know what impacts these new venues will produce and have no particular issue with them, I do know that system to ensure permit compliance does not work. And I posit to you that this is a public health issue that does need your attention. Last year, the New York Times did a deep expose on the health impacts of noise. They confirm what I was beginning to suspect, that unpleasant noise, like the noise I hear from live entertainment at the nearby rooftop bars and nightclubs, can indeed have an extremely negative impact on mental and physical health. The loud music, along with the late hours permitted, frequently does not allow me or my family members to get more than a few hours of sleep. My work colleagues are used to me coming in on Monday a wreck because of the noise that permeates my bedroom, the DJ calls. All music that's designed to keep you up and moving is not compatible with living a healthy life. To simulate the impact of noise at night, this is from the New York Times article, scientists played dozens of recordings of real disruptions. They found the next morning the volunteers had higher adrenaline levels, cortisol levels, stiffened arteries, and spikes in plasma proteins indicating inflammation. And these changes were related with major cardiac events within 5 years. I know these sleepless nights have aggravated me and my family, but it's frightening to think of these long-term public health implications. The WHO has long recommended less than 40 dB as an annual average lifetime of noise outside one's bedroom for high-quality sleep. 55 decibels is the level allowed to cross property lines in Arlington, and this level is unsafe. A study found more than 4 million people for more than a decade at just 35 dB had increased risk of dying from cardiovascular disease, and heart attack was even more pronounced. While I understand you can't change the noise laws, you can limit the hours of live entertainment's impact on the residents in nearby apartment houses. You can consistently enforce permit rules. You can have reasonable operating hours, allowing everyone to go till 1:30 until they've proven they can't. To be equitable is not fair.
Your time has elapsed.
Thank you, Ms. Small.
Our next and final speaker is Siobhan Dupuy.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and thank you for that excellent pronunciation of my full name. I am here to briefly speak in favor of Tindale's requested use permit. I am a Line Park neighbor, owner, and resident at 2409 3rd Street North, Arlington, Virginia, about 1 minute from this school, otherwise known as a stone's throw. I am fervently in support of the school. As a resident of Arlington County, I am grateful Tindale is opening to provide a Christian school option close to where I live and where other members of the community live. For perspective, my family drives 20 minutes each way for our 2 children to attend a Christian school. That's 1 hour and 20 minutes worth of commuting every day. We would be so grateful to have this walkable option for a Christian school. I think it is wonderful that the school is using an existing location in an old church building with no construction necessary. I am also grateful for the school's commitment to be a good neighbor and to work to the benefit of the community. I'd also like to point out that this school is consistent with the neighborhood. We have the Bromptons, 2201 Pershing, which contains the Merit School, the Bluebird Daycare, and as everyone is aware, the proposed redevelopment of the Days Inn property. Thank you all for the opportunity to speak in favor of Tindale's requested use permit. I appreciate it. Good night.
Thank you, Ms. DePoy. Is that our final speaker?
This is our final speaker.
All right, thank you. Mr. Kushner, I believe you probably have held open the vote on the closed session that I need to vote on.
Correct.
And I'm aware of the motion. Only public business matters are lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements, and only such matters as were identified in the motion. And can I go ahead and just vote aye? Is that all right?
Do we need to repeat the entire motion?
No, we're good.
Gotcha.
All right.
Then
Thank
yes,
you.
by
And
roll
I'll
call,
vote
Ms. Garvey.
Yes, aye. Thank you so much. All right, sorry for that. All right, I think that brings us now to our staff presentations. Thank you for all of our speakers, and I will have Mr. Kushner call our first item, please.
Yes, of course. If I may, just a quick note to the members of public in attendance and watching online. We're going to be hearing our presentations just a little bit out of order this evening, beginning with the staff presentation and a hearing on item number 12, followed by a combined presentation on the staff side for items 11 and 13. We will then break out into individual discussion of each item.
Thank you for clarifying that.
The first item to be called is item number 12, use permit 24-0005 for a private school, Tindale Christian School, for up to 135 students located at 712 and 716 North Barton Street.
Great. Mr. Schwartz, over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Cedric Sutherland is going to lead off the presentation. Over to you, Mr. Sutherland.
Thank you. Give me a second to pull the slides up, please.
We can see them. Yeah. Oops.
There we go. This is better. Okay. Good evening. I am Cedric Sutherland with the county's planning division. With me today, I have Ms. Jane Kim from Department of Environmental Services. This is a new use permit for a private school with up to 135 students located at 712 and 716 North Barton Street. The subject property is located mid-block of North Barton Street and is bounded by a public alley and a single detached dwellings. The subject property is on R5 with the general land use plan designation of low residential. The applicant is proposing a kindergarten through 8th grade private school for up to 138 students to operate Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. The school originally proposed to have 13 staff members at max capacity and intends to begin its operations with 45 students and 5 staff members. Further, the applicant, with this proposal, with the original proposal, the applicant would need to provide 22 parking spaces per zoning ordinance. However, there are only 14 existing spaces on site. In addition to the parking requirement, the zoning ordinance requires 1 loading space. During a review of this application, staff identified that the property was out of conformance with the zoning ordinance regarding the dimensions of the parking spaces. The property owner sold the parsonage in the rear of the property that contained 7 parking spaces. Additionally, the parking was restriped in the past couple of years, which resulted in the property losing its legally non-conforming status. In order for zoning to issue a certificate of occupancy for the school, should the board approve this use permit, the parking would need to come into conformance with the zoning ordinance requirements. Working with the applicant, they were able to reconfigure the parking area in which they can identify they can fit 4 parking spaces at 45-degree angles on the site while maintaining the standards of the zoning ordinance. This has resulted in the applicant reducing the number of students and staff that will be able to accommodate that they will be able to accommodate to 80 students with 5 full-time staff members and 4 part-time staff members. With this number of students the required parking for the site is 13 spaces. Staff supports the modification to 4 spaces as there is a bus stop in front of the site. Further, the frontage of the property has 6 unrestricted parking spaces. To support the modification, the applicant has agreed to implement a transportation and parking plan. Lastly, staff believes the reconfiguration of the parking lot and the site circulation will be able to adequately handle pickup and drop-off activities without causing congestion to the existing street. This slide shows the proposed circulation with the site reconfiguration of the parking area. I believe Ms. Bodine previously shared this slide during her presentation, but as commenters previously stated, parents have proposed to come south on the Barton Street and enter through the northern curb cut onto the site and transverse the site and transverse through the site during pickup and drop off. And as they exit, they will exit through the public alley and back south to North Barton Street. Additionally, this diagram shows 6 on-street parking spaces shown in the yellow. In addition, the bus stops across the street going northbound and one further down the street southbound. In terms of public engagement, staff conducted outreach to the Lion Park Citizens Association in March and received the email from the Citizens Association indicated that there were no outstanding issues following their meeting with the applicant in February of this year, which predated their filing of this application. Since then, we've received concerns from the community, especially in the past week and a half, related to traffic, parking, and the review process, and they have requested to defer this action to the July County Board meeting. Lastly, thank you. And again, the applicant has met with the Lion Park Citizens Association twice in February of this year and as late as last week. All right. Lastly, staff is recommending a revision to condition 3 to accurately reflect the requirement of the zoning ordinance that the parking spaces be set back 10 feet from the neighboring residential properties. So therefore, staff is recommends approval of the use permit with the capacity of 80 students, subject to the conditions of the staff report, with the revision to condition 3 shown in the presentation, with the county board review in 1 year. The 1-year review will allow staff to assess the operations of the use and make any necessary adjustments to the use permit. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Sutherland. And now I think we'll turn to the applicant for a presentation. Good evening.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. One moment while we bring up our presentation.
Sure. Yep.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the County Board. My name is Lauren Riley with Walsh Colucci, and Andrew Painter's joining me as well. We represent the applicant, Tindale School. Tonight, we're joined by Ms. Kimberly Johns, head of the Tindale School, as well as Felice Brichta with Grove Slade, our traffic consultant. Mr. Sutherland gave a thorough overview of the site and our proposed use permit application, and we thank Mr. Sutherland and other planning staff for their efforts so far in processing this use permit application. I just wanted to highlight a couple of things. hear about the background of the site. As you can see on your screen, it's outlined and highlighted there in yellow. It's proximate from a transportation perspective to public transit, and that it's walkable to 5 Metro bus and ART bus stops in the area. And it's also convenient for vehicular access, as it's near the arterial roads there surrounding the site. And then as to the existing church building on the site, this building was constructed in the 1920s, and it has that original 200-plus seat sanctuary. And then later in the 1970s, as the church grew, needed additional space, they constructed an addition which has classrooms, administrative function space, meeting areas, et cetera. And now Tindale School is seeking to adaptively reuse this building for a use permit for a private school of up to 80 students, because the existing site and the existing building so lends itself to Tyndale's use as a previous institutional building. There's as I said, there's already classrooms in the building. There's already assembly and gathering space there. It's also a highly convenient location for Tyndale's parents and students who might live in the neighborhood and be able to walk. You heard from some of those folks tonight. And also highly convenient for those who might travel by bus or car to this site as well. Then I'll jump to our proposed, let's see, there we go. Our proposed layout and parking plan here. Mr. Sutherland covered the proposal for 3 to 4 on-site spaces to serve staff, as well as adequate circulation for pickup and drop-off activities. And we're happy to spend a little more time answering questions, discussing this with you all, and I'll also take this opportunity now to address a couple of the more specific concerns that we heard from the community members tonight. One that we heard quite often was about traffic congestion. 80 students, worries about cars backing up on the street, backing up into driveways, preventing buses or Metro bus, ART bus, or school buses from operating. I'll say this plan allows all of the pickup and drop-off activities to occur on the site. And all parents will be instructed to follow this circulation pattern when they enroll their students in Tindale School. And we can speak a little bit more later. Ms. Brichta can brief you all on what all goes into a transportation management plan, a parking plan, and the county's review and approval of that later on. But those processes are all meant to ensure that the applicant that this plan will not have any negative impacts to the neighborhood. We've worked hard with staff over the past couple months to really refine this plan and ensure that it can accommodate the maximum 80 students and associated staff on site, as well as to ensure that it doesn't have any negative impacts to the neighborhood. A couple other concerns or mentions that we heard was the use of the existing public alleyway there to kind of plan south there. With the circulation pattern, parents would enter, if they're coming by vehicle, they would turn right off of Barton onto this site, drop off their child. And sorry if I failed to mention, there's queuing space for approximately 10 cars in this driveway. It's more than adequate space to serve families. And there'll be parents out there, or there'll be Tindale staff out there every morning and afternoon during pickup and drop off to assist those parents. And then once they're done with that pickup or drop off activity, they'll head straight, turn left onto the alleyway and right on to Barton Street. That alleyway is wide enough to accommodate this traffic pattern, and it's similar to another application, if some of you all remember, the Tierra and Cantata daycare application that we heard almost a year ago. Today had a very similar circulation pattern through a public alleyway, about 9.5 feet wide. And then another thing to touch on is parking. The amount of parking, we heard concerns that there wouldn't be enough parking on site. We also heard concerns about the use of the on-street spaces on North Barton Street. To speak to the on-site parking, as the zoning ordinance states, it's intended for staff and employee uses. Here, with up to 80 students, we would never have more than 9 staff on site. Some of those would be part-time. Some of these would be full-time. They arrive staggered throughout the day. They would arrive via different modes of transit, some by vehicle, some by bus, and we know some will work in the neighborhood, be able to walk to the site as well. we believe the on-site parking spaces are adequate to serve the amount of staff that are associated with the 80 students. And then as to the on-street spaces, would just like to clarify that Tindale is not relying on the 6 on-street spaces in front of its building. Those are publicly available spaces that anyone can park in at any time, and parents may choose to utilize those if that area is available during pickup and drop-off. But again, they will be instructed to use the circulation pattern that's on the screen there in front of you. And then lastly, we heard a couple of concerns about kind of child safety and on the playground and things like that. I thought I'd just let Ms. Johns address that concern real quick.
Sure. First of all,
Yeah.
First of all, thank you for letting me be here. I, too, am a lifelong Arlington resident, a proud graduate of Yorktown High School. My husband and I actually had our first date in Lyon Park. So it is my home, it is my community, and I appreciate the opportunity to start a school here and give back to the community. You know, the mission of the school is a commitment to teaching our students to be good stewards and good neighbors. And one of our first activities was actually community outreach in December, introducing ourselves to the neighbors. So it grieves me tonight to hear that neighbors are concerned. I want to reassure you, as I have in December, in January, in February, and then again in June, we are attentive. We will be good neighbors, and we do want to mitigate impact on the neighborhood. In terms of safety, thank you. We too are very concerned about our children. We have some limited green space. I think there was a slide back there you can see. One of our goals is not to have to pave that over. We do want to use the green space where we have, believe it or not, bunny rabbits and robin's nests, that we want to excite our children about enjoying nature in an urban environment. So we don't want to have to pave that over for additional parking. But we do have plans to put retractable, I think the retractable fences up to keep the students in the back part of the property so they won't go down on the street. So cars, in fact, won't try to drive through the property when the students are out there. So we have addressed that issue, and we are very aware of it. A lot of our activities will also be off-site. We plan to visit Arlington nature centers and take our students out. Our afternoon programming is all experiential, hands-on. So we will avail ourselves of the parks and nature centers in Arlington County for outdoor activity. And I do want to say, just reiterate again, that we do plan to be good neighbors. And I have given my contact information to most of the people sitting in this room and invite them to address any of their concerns with us. The good news is we're starting small. So we'll have a chance to see how this works and to work out any issues together. And I'm grateful for that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kimberly. I'll just touch briefly on the timeline engagement. Mr. Sutherland's slide noted that the applicant did go to the Lyon Park Citizens Association in February. In June meetings, Ms. Johns, as she's mentioned, has engaged and continued outreach to the community since December of 2023, almost 7 months ago, and remains, as she stated, committed to working with the community moving forward. And something else that Ms. Johns mentioned that resonates here is that Tindale's efforts are squarely focused on serving the community, serving its students, and serving its families. And so while we agree with staff's assessment that 80 students is eminently reasonable and can be accommodated on the site, a deferral of the application to July would prohibit Tindale's ability to serve its students and families and open their doors in September. It would severely impact their ability to serve that community. It's critical that they be able to open this September to honor their commitment to some of the families who are enrolling this fall, some of which you heard from tonight. So to that end, and we've discussed this internally, the applicant is open to discussing a lower enrollment amount, if only to accommodate the number of committed students this fall. So we would be open to discussing with you all a new maximum of 40 students if you so choose to go down that route. This would allow the school to get up and running in this fall and continue working with the community, continue engaging with them over the next years As you'll see in the conditions, we've got that standard one-year county board review. This will be back before you in a year with an opportunity to evaluate how the applicants complied with the conditions and worked with the community on these issues. So again, we agree with your professional staff's recommendation of approval. We thank you, and our team is available for questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you so very much. I don't believe we have any commissions tonight.
We do not.
Thank you. All right, colleagues, the conversation is now with the board. Ms. Cunningham, do you want to start us off with a motion? Would that be all right? If not,
I think we might want to chat.
that's absolutely fine. All right. Who would like to go first?
Can I start with a question?
Absolutely.
If we were to defer this to July to allow some time for more conversations, would that impact the ability for the school to begin in their planned semester?
According to the applicant, it will affect them. Staff can't determine that. They will still need to file certain permits, a certificate of occupancy. I think somebody alluded to their sign permit needs to be finalized as well. There are other outstanding things that they would have to do from administrative standpoint to get them to that point.
Okay. If I may, apologies, Ms. Coffey, just elaborate on that point a little bit. In the instance that the use permit is approved tonight, it still would take us approximately 2 months to get to the point of receiving our certificate of occupancy, because you'll see the list of requirements and the conditions. It requires us to submit and have approved that transportation management plan, that parking plan. It'll require numerous inspections of the site in order to achieve the certificate of occupancy. And so 2 months is not unreasonable, but it's already a tight timeline, and to defer to July would really prohibit the school from being able to open in September.
Okay, yeah, I think that's helpful for us to understand as we ask our questions and consider pathways here.
Yeah. From my time on the school board, I remember it takes a lot to get a school ready to have your students and everybody. Thank you. Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, thank you to everybody who took the time tonight to testify here. I have a few questions because there's a lot of discussion about parking, etc. I believe it's slide number, what was that, 5. So you indicate this yellow, and the staff's presentation, in this yellow zone where you have on North Barton Street. So do you, and somewhere in the board report, the residential parking permit area is ending a little bit to the north of that, right?
Yeah.
So how do we deal with this available parking? Is that quasi-exclusive for the school? Or how does it spill across the street? Is the other side of the street, because the other side of the street is, has some parking spaces, would they be kind of available, or would they revert to be also under a residential parking regime so desired? How does this count to the overall parking availability on site?
For the 6 unrestricted parking spaces directly in front of the school, they're open to anyone to park. So that's how we're assessing it right now. Should there be a need in the future, we may require short-term parking for some type of reason if it's deemed necessary. But that's not what we want to go through right now. We think that the circulation pattern and the reconfigured parking lot can accommodate the use as is. And for the other parking matters, I would refer to Ms. Kim.
Sure. Jane Kim with DES. So yeah, right now the curb space along the frontage of the church is, as Mr. Sutherland said, completely unrestricted. So anyone can park there. It's just open public parking. Again, if in a year's review we find that there needs to be potentially some signage added by the county to restrict some of the spaces to perhaps pick up and drop off use, or something more time limited for just, for instance, morning and afternoon peak times, we can add that signage. We have done that along the metro corridors and other places where parking is very tight, and that we have a use that could benefit from some quick turnaround spots. That's something that we can introduce, but right now, as my colleague stated, we're not considering those changes at this point because we believe that the circulation pattern as a private school with the kind of rolling drop-off is adequate to handle the number of students.
Fine. So with other words,
Mr. Carantona, so if I may recognize briefly Ms. Brickta as well to speak to the on-site parking on and off the street.
Sure.
Sure, and I think just can you guys hear me? You can hear me okay. I think just to echo, I think what Ms. Kim was saying, I think, and as Lauren mentioned earlier, the on-site queuing area is, I think, based on the number of students and families, more than adequate. So I think, I think the anticipation is that we would not have to come back in later and look at any pickup drop-off in those, any type of short-term parking in those on-street spaces, and it would, continue to be unrestricted parking, and that the parking really would be served on-site for staff.
Okay, so I understand that this is kind of an indication of future availability if needed, et cetera. But for now, in the morning when the school opens, this can be fully parked by any resident, neighbor, et cetera, or somebody else.
Correct.
Correct. So this is not an always available resource. This is just an indication that there might be one.
Correct.
The second question that I have, if you have do we have any traffic counts on North Barton Street in Pershing? Do we know? I mean, because we've heard here testimony that it has significant traffic, especially on peak times. Do we have any measure to say, yes, this is a heavy trafficked street. It has a bus line, etc. How do we have any data?
I would defer to Ms. Kim.
I'm not sure exactly what internal data we have. If the applicant has done their analysis, they can probably opine on that.
Sure.
Sure, and so for a nearby application, the Days Insight that's located just a little bit to the east on Pershing Street, this was one of the study intersections that was analyzed, and I think the new stop sign that was mentioned earlier, I think, is helpful in the neighborhood for sure, and at least as far as operations, there were no impacts identified at the intersection.
So at peak time on pickup and drop off, how many vehicles do you anticipate circulating?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, the discussion is now with the board.
Is with the board.
Thank you.
How many vehicles would you expect that would be circulating in and out and then to Pershing? At any given, in peak time at pickup and drop off.
Right. So for the currently planned 40 students on site, I think that that's not the number of families. So I think there would be about 20 to 25 families associated with those 40 students. Then you also have families that are going to be carpooling. So I think it would probably be in the neighborhood of 15 to 25 trips. Associated with
15 trips.
Just to clarify a little bit, with the 80 student scenario, with that proposal, it would be approximately 50 students, and because a lot of them will be related, they'll be carpooling. We think about half of those will be carpooling to the site, and in the 40, as Felice noted, they've analyzed a 40 student scenario as well. Again, 20-something families, and again, about half of those would carpool to the site. Okay. So. Between 25 to 10, 11 trips.
I generally understand that the number of students doesn't equal the number of cars or number of trips, and that, God forbid, that would be absolutely impossible. But the question here is, number one, if we have an estimate of what, the worst scenario, and the second, number two, is whether the school itself tries to manage that in the sense that, it has policies in place that are somehow accountable and visibly, kicking in.
Can I address that? Thank you.
Sure.
Right now, with the if we were to go to 40 students, based on what we have anticipated enrollment, it's 21 families. So the maximum car traffic through there would be 21. That's assuming every family drives. I imagine families will carpool, and you've heard a number of our families live in the neighborhood. In addition, we're implementing a technology called School Pass, which is a queuing software, which allows us to know when and where families are queuing in the pickup line so that we can have the students ready at the door to load the car, so to keep the cars off of North Barton and keep it flowing. It's called School Pass.
Thank you. I don't want to hog the conversation.
All right, I'll go to Ms. Cunningham.
Staff, could you comment on the question that was raised about whether a variance could allow additional on-site parking? I think there was an implication that if we had more time, we might be able to figure that out.
There's a possibility that the BZA may grant relief for parking within the setback. That's about the only thing they can do in regards to parking is relief for that setback requirement at 10 feet from the residential properties.
Okay, got it. So it would be more site disturbance, not skinnier spaces or anything like that?
No, it would just open up a little bit more space for potential places where they can install parking stalls. Okay. But they would still have, their transportation analysts would still need to analyze if they can meet the ordinance, even if they were to receive that setback variance, would they be able to add more parking spaces per the requirement of the ordinance, considering the drive aisle widths and the requirement of the stall depths and dimensions?
Okay, great. And then the alleyway was also mentioned. I think it's a little unusual in Arlington to have an alleyway still existing, but can you comment on how practical it is to use that alleyway as a part of the loop? I think we heard a concern about houses being very, very close, and it looks from the overhead view that it's not, it kind of looks like grass right now. So
right. I've been to the site several times, and the houses are set back. And those houses that kind of back up onto the alley, that's their rear yard. I didn't have any issues navigating the alley. In the previous church I was there, or any other use that would go in there would use the alley for egress as any other property that backs along that alley would.
Okay, and to the question of maintenance, does it get maintained? Does that need to get added in as a use condition? Is it on our map?
I would defer to Ms. Kim.
So the alley is not a part of our water sewer streets network that would get maintained and plowed. So any improvements would be, for instance, for the school to do would be allowed and would be accepted by the county as long as it was done to county standards.
Gotcha. Okay. Are there other questions?
There may be. Do you have a question, Ms. Collins?
Yeah, I think Ms. Cohen's concerns about the conflict points, not just right at the school, but North Barton Street and 10th Street. We know that has been a conflict point in our street network before. Cleveland Street and Pershing, like there's kind of this. There's the localized pressure, right, on the site, but then there's the broader issue, and I think also the timing in terms of other school buses, other school walkers, and bikers and things. And I'm just wondering kind of like how, I know with larger site plans, obviously we would do a full kind of traffic study and understand the flows there, but I think question for staff, to what extent did we look beyond just the circulation of the site? And then I think after that, question for applicant, you've had folks come and speak who are from here and from the neighborhood. Can you tell us about the geographic distribution that you expect for your students in terms of where they're coming from and how many people are coming from very nearby versus how many people are not? So we'll start with staff, though.
I'll defer to Ms. Kim for about the transportation question. Thank you.
Sure. So I think as the applicant's consultant noted that we do have a very recent site plan with the ARVA property that did look at some of the nearby intersections. I think that this is a pretty dense network that's located nearby to the commercial corridor along Pershing, as well as the traffic that you see along 10th. So it is a known, busy area. we look at the entire network, of course, in evaluating any use permit. And, we've noted that there are other similar daycare and school facilities in the vicinity that seem to operate without a negative impact to the network, and feel that the school would similarly, yes, there will be a little bit more trip generation. Obviously, people are coming to the school and leaving the school, but those are generally really focused and concentrated 15 to 30-minute windows in the morning and afternoons before and after school starts and ends. And so we think that the network is able to absorb that additional capacity without a lot of negative impacts. But we do realize that this is a very busy road, and we have looked at for instance, the crash data. I think one of the residents had brought up, and they were, I think luckily they were mostly property damage type of accidents and not really pedestrian or safety related. And I mean, one was a drunk driver and a couple were side swipes, and that generally I think leads to inattentive drivers causing those types of accidents. And so there's no known pattern that we see with the crash data that would necessitate us coming out to look at implementing any additional measures. The addition of the four-way stop at Barton and Pershing, I think, has helped alleviate some of the turns. I think a new stop, however, does take time for people to realize it's there. So I think, there was some mention of people running the stop sign. I think that happens when you have a two-directional turning into an all-way. And then additionally, I think with the alley, I believe our TE&O staff has also recently, I think as recently as May, added some no parking signage to entrances, either on one end or both ends, to make sure that the clearance is available for both the school use and any other residential use of the public alley. So those are, we're aware and we're keeping an eye on things, and as the use comes in, if there's an issue, we want to hear about it so that we can work together with the applicant and our engineering and operations colleagues to figure out if there are solutions that can be implemented.
Gotcha. And then yeah.
Thanks, Ms. Coffey. I'll recognize Ms. Johns to speak a little bit about the distribution, to your question about the distribution of our students and staff.
So we anticipate 21 families in September. Most of them come from the Arlington area, Ashton Heights, Lyon Park, Roslyn, Barcroft area. A few come from Alexandria. Most are, however, in the north and central Arlington, in the area around the school. One of our staff members lives in the neighborhood and will be walking. Many of our students will be walking as well.
Thanks. And if I may just also to Ms. Kim's point, recognize Ms. Brekta on the work that the applicant will be doing post-approval on the parking plan as well as the TMP. Felice, if you could describe some of that.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, certainly. As was mentioned earlier, after the use permit, there will still be going through a TMP process with the county, and then also a parking plan process. So as part of the TMP, as you all know, that includes the sustainable benefit for staff, the bike share membership, Smart Trip membership, a transportation coordinator that's on site with the school that works directly with the county to make sure that everyone knows about all the different options that are available. We talked earlier about the multiple transit options, the bus lines that come kind of right through on Barton. In addition, the parking plan that will be provided will be used to identify the locations of parking and to communicate that to the families. Parking as well as just the approach route that we talked about earlier, the right turn in from Barton into the site, and then the right turn out to kind of keep things flowing and to minimize any kind of turning conflicts.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think I'm right across 10th Street from the neighborhood, and I do a lot of little walkies through. And I think it is a tough pedestrian area. I do think that that's really important to highlight. So I think I will pass it back along, but that's kind of what I'm thinking about right now.
Okay, thank you. I'll get to Mr. Carantonis again. I just would like Actually, if you know a little bit of the history of the church, so when was the church last used as a church? Do we know? Is it still in use as a church?
My understanding is that it was used as a church and a Bible study, but not as an active congregation since before COVID.
Since before COVID, okay.
For instance, they're not holding your typical
They're not
Sunday
holding
services.
Sunday services there.
Yeah, before COVID's not all that long ago. Do we know how large the church congregation was?
It was very large at one point and dwindled. The pastor's here, he could answer.
Okay, sure. If the rector would like to come and give us some history, that's fine. No, actually, because we have thousands of people that are watching from home, and they need to hear you. Thank you.
So our church actually started in 1964. And so we've been in Arlington for 50 years.
Yep.
And so in the height of the church back in the late 70s and 80s, when the bus ministry was just cracking back then, because every church had a bus ministry, there was probably about 150 to 200 people going there. And so we've been kind of dwindling down, and of course we were still we were having our Sunday services up until last year, and so we had about 40 people at that time. So.
And did they come with cars?
Some do. We had a lot, and most of you know this if you've lived in Arlington any amount of time. Arlington is very transient. People come in, and I don't mean transient in a bad way. I mean transient as in, they have government contracts over in D.C. They live for a year or two, and then they move on. And so we had probably about half of our congregation walk to the church there. So they were from the neighborhood.
Yeah.
And so that was very beneficial. So we did have a handful of people that drove in, and if they drove in, they were usually driving in from Falls Church or Fairfax, as far away as Lorton to come into church. So, but about half of our congregation was from the neighborhood.
Okay.
So, which was beneficial to us.
Yeah. Thank you. All I was, and I'll let others ask some questions. I'm just sort of trying to get. It's not like this site is going from 0 to 40 or 60 students and cars. It's actually been that building's been pretty active with people coming and going already. So it's just. Thank you. The conversation is with the board. I'm not saying it's crowded. I'm just saying it has had people coming and going. It's not like you're going from 0 to something else.
Right.
Other
If I may
questions for
just
folks?
interject for one moment, I think that the discussion tonight, the questions that you all have asked have been illuminating, and they really get to the main issues here. And I just want to reiterate, this is why we're offering that 40 student enrollment option here is more of a compromise to allow the school to kind of get up and running in September as it needs to do, while still working with the community, kind of working through these main concerns that everyone has.
And I think that's quite reasonable. And it's the 40s because that's what you have committed at this point. You wouldn't have to turn anyone away. And that would have good size classes as you're working through. Thank you.
That's
all
accurate.
Right. Who else? Now, Mr. Carantonis, I think it's back to you.
Thank you. A procedural question. So this is use permit. This is something that we will review in a year. What happens exactly and how does it happen? So what are the parameters that we would be checking, and when are we going to do that, and how would we work with the applicant, assuming that they would be in this probationary period, to to make sure that they are complying or they're best, would we hear also from the neighborhood, et cetera? Would we basically do a repetition of the current scrutiny?
Right, so about next April, we'll get issued a work list for the June meeting, at which staff will start conducting outreach internally as well externally. And at that point, Ms. Kim will be able to work with her colleagues in TE&O and other transportation related divisions to see if there have been complaints or impacts to the transportation network. And at that time, we'll be able to make adjustments to the use permit conditions as warranted. We'll also, again, we'll do community outreach, so we'll have another opportunity to hear from the community to see what impacts at the school in their operation with as they're proposing as a compromise 40 students would have on the site.
However, help me understand. So the applicant is telling us that they want to start at the lower occupancy, so at 50% of the maximum capacity, or assumed maximum capacity. So, and I assume that this is a little bit easier to manage, so that the impact will also be, I don't know, maybe 50% of the maximum impact.
Right.
So. Would this count in this 1 year as a, compliance with the entirety? And after this year, would we then say, oh, with 40 you've done very well, so we are going to approve, we're going to go, to extend that, and it will be then for 80?
Well, it depends on what the board approves.
It's up to us.
It's up to us.
Right.
Okay.
So if you approve,
that's what I wanted to listen.
Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Cunningham.
If we could stay on the procedural piece for a little bit, I have the sense, and it's not unique to this project, that things may have been coming together fairly quickly over the last couple of months. And at least in the staff report we saw on Saturday, it said, the community had okayed it in February. Can someone walk me through how we got from February to the end of June with there still being the level of surprises I'm sensing in terms of documents changing on Friday and still kind of being in motion? Can someone just walk me through that a little bit? I've heard some concerns about noticing and sort of availability of updated information for community members, which always makes it a little harder to get to the core of the issue.
All right, correct. So as I stated in the presentation, this is the applicant. It stated they met with the Civic Association in February of this year. Upon staff receiving the application materials, we conducted an outreach to the applicant in late March. And inquiring to their position on the matter, and that was with the number of 135 students. I understand that that's what they were originally asking for. We subsequently received feedback from them that concurring that they met with the applicant, that the applicant met with them at the February meeting, and that no concerns were raised at that time. And so staff proceeded with the review of the application. And as we reviewed the application, we were notified that because of the changes to the parking striping and things of that sort, that the site was non-conforming in regards to their parking. And so that necessitated staff working with the applicant to reduce the number of students actually proposed. It also necessitated them having to reduce the amount of parking that exists on site today. I would note that with the original application, with the original proposal of 135 students, that 22 parking spaces were required, and they were asking for a modification to 14, which is 8 less spaces than what was required, with the reduction of 55 students and reduction to 80 students that required 13 parking spaces. They asked for a modification of 4, and that was a difference of 9 spaces. So, with the modifications that we looked at with the proposed number, at the larger number, as well as the lower number, the modifications we looked at it is having essentially the same impact. However, it was a less intense use that was proposed to the neighbors, and then through that, the noticing, staff, as the public went out for the board reports and things of that sort, we started receiving information from the neighbors that they haven't been contacted by staff at all and things of that sort. So staff followed up, providing emails that they had been contacted regarding the application. so forth. And we also provided the application, the board report, when it was published to the public.
So maybe just to summarize, the applicant reached out to the Civic Association and the surrounding community in February, and then staff did so again when?
Late March.
Late March to the Civic Association leadership?
Yes.
Okay.
We received a response.
Okay, and that was still with 135. And then when the change to 80 happened, how's that been communicated to the community so far?
There was a lack of communication to the reduction to 80. However, because it was less intense use, the staff didn't think that wasn't necessarily a bad thing per se, because it was less students, meaning less traffic coming to the site and things of that sort. So if they weren't concerned at 135 students, we wouldn't think they would necessarily be concerned at 80 students.
I think Mr. Fusarelli has something to say.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to build upon, for the record, Anthony Fusarelli with the Planning Division. Just to build upon the, I think, chronology and the description that Mr. Sutherland provided, I would note that, for the work that we do, and there are many cases that our staff in our office is preparing for the board's consideration and action on a monthly basis. Typically for use permits and for minor site plan amendments, you'll note if you read our board reports that the level of public engagement that we apply is communicate. And how that typically works is, as Mr. Sutherland explained, once we receive an application and we're getting set to begin our review, we do engage and reach out to the Civic Association leadership. We point them to the application materials. That's an initial touch point. It's not necessarily the only touch point. And I think all civic associations perhaps behave or engage differently, and they don't all engage with staff in the same way. That being said, staff, particularly in this case, has been working diligently with the applicant over recent weeks to really try and get to a solution that we would think would work for all parties. And oftentimes, the way in which staff's recommendation is communicated and available back to everyone, the Civic Association, the residents, commissioners, et cetera, is through the publishing of the board report. We do aspire to provide, that timely release of that board report, to meet regular distribution. Sometimes it meets supplemental. And hopefully, in our practice, that provides enough time for the board, the community, and others to be able to process and synthesize that information and inform testimony or the action. So hopefully that provides a little bit more context in terms of our typical engagement approach, particularly with use permit and minor site plan applications.
Okay, so I did Open Door Monday last night, and several folks attended and shared that as of our meeting on Saturday, what was posted online were still documents from February, not the updated documents. And they sent all this. Does that sound familiar to you at all? There's some documentation of that, but just trying to, I know it's like one of a bazillion different use permits we're doing, but when it's in your community, it's nerve-wracking to not be able to follow the process. Was there something exceptional in this case that required things not to be posted?
Not that I'm aware of. The updated parking diagram was updated in our system. I'm not sure why it wasn't updated with the link. I can look into that and provide an answer. But that same material was posted with the board report materials. So it wasn't materially different than what's been posted to the public through the board report.
Okay. I mean, I think we'll keep coming back to this, but I think any time that it's hard for the community to access information, it causes more anxiety and frustration and more late nights for you guys too. So I'd like us, and maybe Mr. Fusarelli, we could do a little after action and make sure we understand why some of the links were broken or some of the documents were out of out of date by a couple months.
Yeah. Also, I think sometimes just on the way we do things, which is we communicate, that just because we put out information doesn't mean it gets received. Sometimes it's not done in a way that, which is what you're getting at in part. And that's something to be worked on. I'm sorry, we need to have our conversation here, please. The conversations with the board, Ann, please. Okay, any other questions, colleagues? We may be ready for a motion, possibly.
I had two other quick questions,
No,
if
go
no
ahead.
one else has them.
No, it's fine.
One was on loading and waste management. I think there was a concern raised there. Has that been reviewed at this stage, or is that going to be more discussed at building permit stage?
From the loading perspective, staff is asking that the board modify the loading requirement to 0. This is a large site where they're bringing in 18-wheeler trucks and things of that sort. So most of the vehicles, and the applicant can speak to that, will be standard vehicles or small trucks like UPS or something of that nature. As to waste management, I'm not abreast of that conversation. Jane said she can answer that.
She looks really eager to talk about waste management, which most of us are at 8:30 p.m.
I think a point to make is that while the revised parking layout only has the 4 spaces, it does not change the existing asphalt out there today. There are 10 feet setbacks from the property lines, but that's all currently non-conforming parking and drive aisle, and I believe all of that asphalt is going to stay. And so the physical space for operations still exists. So we don't feel like they need to carve out a space for loading vehicles and maneuvering, because the space is already there and won't be marked as parking. And so there's plenty of just maneuverability available on the site for loading trash, other activities. It just can't be, per the zoning ordinance, marked as parking.
Gotcha. And then one last question on traffic counts to the applicant. Have you guys done traffic counts as part of the Grove Slade study, or will that be to come?
So just because of the type of the application, we have not done specific counts for this site, but we have, as we discussed earlier, we have done other studies in the area. So we have an idea of the intersection operations and things like that.
Do you have traffic counts, though, different than intersection operations? Like, do you have kind of how many cars drive by an hour?
Yeah. So I just looked really quickly at the ARVA site plan and looked at the Pershing and Barton intersection counts. And so for at least that touch point, moving kind of north down, up Barton, I guess, it's approximately 200 AM vehicle trips traveling northbound and approximately 350 or so southbound. I think I added in some turning movements that wouldn't count, but
And that's per hour?
That's for the peak hour in the morning and the afternoon.
Okay. And I said that was the last question, but it wasn't. One last one. But I heard buses passing each other and cars getting sideswept. Is that a yield to street? And is it a street that should be, is it working the way it is to have parking on both sides and have buses passing each other with or without school children there?
Sure. So it's a approximately 35-foot curb-to-curb width street with parking allowed on both sides for most of the street. I think there's obviously not parking where there's driveways and other areas. And so because of that configuration, it is essentially a yield street, especially when you have a large vehicle such as a bus.
Okay.
Okay.
I think we're ready.
All right. Ms. Coffey. Oh, I think we've got we're not
So
quite
sorry.
ready.
So sorry.
Sorry.
I think to Mr. Karantonis' questions about process and what is within our purview to review, I think I'm conscious that, there are students who have enrolled or plan to enroll for this fall. The timing with the deferral might be really, really difficult, but I do share concerns from the neighborhood about the reality of how this is going to go, I think there's plenty of things we would love for people to do and adhere to, and then there's 8 a.m. trying to drop someone off and get to work and figure it all out. And so I'm wondering if we could do a shorter term review such that we would have a mid-school year touch point to talk with the applicant, with the neighborhood, hear how things have gone, and potentially modify permit conditions at that point to try and minimize things, again, like not to penalize for things that haven't yet occurred, which I think is a valid argument, but to say, let's, there are reasons to be concerned, for sure. There's reasonable risk that I think you all have brought forward. We want to make sure that students have a place in a school this fall. And so can we kind of balance that by coming back early and having that conversation, and also, asking you all to continue to engage and be that good neighbor that you all have strongly stated you plan to be, and have that be how this kind of plays out. We review, we see what changes need to be made at that point. Does that?
So that's an interesting question, although in the middle of school year, if we decide something's got to be changed, that's a little dicey.
It's tough, but
maybe I don't, Mr. Frisarelli, is that one you should answer? I'm not sure what happened. Does anyone ever come in the middle? I'm sorry. The question is, so usually
About
this is
a
a
6 month.
permit up in a year. Ms. Coffey's wondering, what if we did it in 6 months? I can see a lot of complications with that, but maybe it's possible.
The board does have a history, I believe, of setting a review period that sometimes differs from the staff recommendation. For a use like this, we typically do recommend 1 year because it allows really just a full calendar year to go through the 4 seasons and understanding the potential range of impacts and from all angles. And so, particularly for a use permit, this would be its initial approval. The 1 year, I would say, is customary. But if the board so desire to recommend a different or to provide direction for a different review period, we would follow that direction.
Yeah, I think my rationale for why it feels serious enough to be a 6 month is that I think pedestrian and children's safety is a thing that we could go a whole year and really, really hope nothing happens, but all it takes is one bad situation. And if we're already observing something in the first 6 months that is fixable and changeable, I would rather have that ability to come back in a shorter time period rather than know that potentially there's a bad situation out there that's could be mitigated, but we just don't have the process or the review planned in order to get that change in place. And so that, to me, that's the compelling reason that I would feel to deviate from the typical 1 year cycle.
Okay, and then I would, thank you, I get that. A question, maybe this one is more for the manager. If there's a situation that we determine that seems to be not safe, we wouldn't even need to wait 6 months, right? We would have things that we would do, I see.
Yeah, the board can take this up on its own motion at any time. So I think that whatever period you choose, whether it's a year or 6 months, it's going to be incumbent upon the applicant and the neighbors to have conversations right away in the first weeks to see how things are going. And so we'll be able to keep a status report of that. So I'm not answering whether it's 12 or 6 months, but it's going to be an ongoing concern, and the board could take it up at any time.
Yeah. Thank you. I think we might go to Ms. Cunningham, who I think is going to suggest 40 instead of the smaller number of students. For myself, knowing that we could take it up on our own motion anytime it needed to happen, and doing the smaller number of students, which I think I'm comfortable with that, but you can decide how you feel about that. Are you ready for a motion, Ms. Cunningham?
I am, and there might need to be modification of it, but I'm going to go for it. So I move that we approve the use permit for a private school, elementary and middle, for up to 40 students at this site, subject to the proposed conditions of the staff report and with the county board review in 9 months, I think is what I'm going to say, so that we're not backed into the summer where we don't have time to make modifications. I'm open a little if anyone wants to push back on that, but I think April or May would be the latest, and I would take a friendly amendment if you would like to add one.
So thank you. I think After you said 9 months, that's probably the end of your motion. I think all of the rest of the conversation that you gave was probably not part of the motion.
I think that's right.
Yeah. Let's wait to check, because what I'd like to check with the school. When does the school year end?
The first week in June.
First week in June. So take it up in May?
I mean, do you all have a preference? I think the idea would be, let's not be here a year from now where we're
agree.
stuck,
Have you ever heard of May-cember?
Yeah.
So I'm a
Yeah.
little.
Yes, is March better?
Maybe end of April, but the point is, what Ms. Garvey said, we plan to have ongoing conversations with them from day one. So I don't want this to be a surprise. So yeah, end of April, beginning of May would be fine.
Okay.
The school, the use permit, if it's a 1 year, this effectively, we've heard here that the administrative review, so the comprehensive one, the check all boxes one, will start in April.
Mm-hmm.
So that's, okay, if there are problems, they will pop up immediately then.
And Mr. Manager, does that work for occupancy permits, or does that end up meaning they're going to have to go back for occupancy permit refresh? Anyone?
No. Once they are issued a certificate of occupancy, they're issued it until such time.
So I think if I could modify my motion, I think we're going with 10 months.
Try that motion. Let's just try
it again.
Let's make the motion again.
Practice.
Yeah.
Okay. I move that we approve the use permit for a private school for up to 40 students, subject to the proposed conditions of the staff report and with the county board review in 10 months in April of 2025.
I'm sorry to
A point of order.
things, but
Oh, sorry.
the staff presentation also pointed out that condition number 3 has been amended, which is not reflected in the board report, so I just want to make sure that's incorporated into your motion, that condition number 3 is amended as shown in the staff presentation.
Yes.
Can we put that back up so everyone knows?
It's right there.
Right, but can you show how it's amended?
Yeah, thank you. So you will, that's part of the motion. I'll suggest that we add that to the motion, yes?
Yes, cut, paste, add.
All right. I'll second it. All right, motion's been moved and seconded. More discussion, more questions. Ms. Coffey.
I may lose this motion, but I would move to amend the motion to make it a 6-month review. I understand we could take it up earlier, but I would feel more comfortable, and maybe, this is difference of years on the board and knowing the flow and things, but I would feel more comfortable knowing it's docketed and that we are going to hear it and we're going to talk about it sooner rather than later. I think mid-school year, especially if there's only 2 months left, is a little bit late in the game to change something. And so my motion would be to amend the motion to a 6-month review, striking 10-month review.
So that's friendly amendment.
Yeah, I accept your friendly amendment.
All right, in that case, the seconder accepts it as well. All right, okay. Any more discussion? More comments, more discussion?
Excuse me, Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes.
And just to confer with the county attorney, just making sure that the motion is capturing also a necessary revision to condition number 2, so that right now it states 80 students, and just flagging that it would be reduced to 40 students.
You said 40, so I think we're there, right?
Is there a possibility of having the motion on the screen?
Yes, I have something prepared.
Great, thank you.
All right, let me get to
I think this is the most complicated motion we've done in my first.
Oh, good. There'll be more.
It's the number. They're still discussing the time limit. So.
No, actually, we're not. I think we're at 6 months.
Okay.
So that would be December. Should we make it January for me?
That basically says that the administrative review will start after the start of the school, so about 3 months into that, which has, maybe it has the advantage to judge that. The street safety, etc. I have to note that this is a road that carries 500 vehicles an hour at peak hour. So this is about a vehicle every
But those numbers were in total, correct?
Yeah, so it's
300 southbound or northbound and
For the whole
200
AM
something.
period. So it's
Yes.
about a 20% increase in car trips.
Yeah.
maybe.
So therefore,
Yeah,
It's the peak hour.
How are we doing on getting that motion The up? school peak in the afternoon does not align with the traffic peak of the vicinity. Okay. You have to think that school is out earlier.
it's kind of fair to say that about this is a little bit more than your average residential sleepy street. This is, I mean, it's true that it
Well, at
has
40
a traffic.
students, they said about 20 families.
Yeah, this is
Yeah.
okay.
Sure.
All right, so this needs to be changed to, and actually, 1 year, I will actually say it probably should be December, right? June to December, and then that's the end of the, and you have some weeks before you start up again in January, so maybe that would make better sense. Does that make sense to the applicant?
I think just a gut check for the applicant.
Yes,
School.
we're receptive to that, and I think the staff administrative review would have to occur quite early on, if I'm correct, right? 2 months before that? Okay, yeah, we're receptive to that.
Okay. Thank you. Anything else with the motion in front of us? Are we good now? Ms. Coffey, your light is still on.
My light is only on from
We called
our
that a
discussion.
vestigial light. It's good,
Vestigial
yeah.
light, yes.
Yeah, that's fine, thank you. All right. I think we might be ready to vote. We ready? Yes.
Let's all read the motion real quick.
Oh, sure. 40 students. And we had that condition number 3 put up on the board, so we saw that. Okay, all right. I have a see one thumbs up.
We're all good?
You're good?
Yep. Aye.
All right, all in favor of the motion before us, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 4-0. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, hope there'll be lots of conversations. Maybe a neighborhood holiday party? Maybe. Good luck. Thank you so much.
Together?
Thank you. All right, colleagues, I think we're ready to have Mr. Kushner call the next item,
Yes.
which I
give me
think is a
just 1 minute.
combined, right? Combination.
This will be the combined item. So just again, a note to our public that the staff presentation for items number 11 and 13 will be taken as one, followed by separate discussion of each item.
Okay, thank you.
We'll take
All right,
just a
we'll take
moment.
just a minute. Folks, I think there's lots of conversations. Just do take them out in the hall so we can continue the meeting because we all would like to get home. Thank you. And I will go over to the manager to get us started on the joint presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to ask Cedric Sutherland to make this presentation, too.
All right, Mr. Sutherland.
Actually, if I may, Mr. Manager, I'm going to sneak in front of Mr. Sutherland.
Feel free.
All right, thank you. And while Mr. Sutherland is pulling up the presentation, good evening again. And before turning things over to Mr. Sutherland, want to present, for him to present 2 new use permit applications before you this evening. Just want to spend a few moments just to open tonight's presentation on the Clarendon Live Entertainment Group use permit review process. If we go to the next slide, please. Before sharing a little background on the CLEG, as we refer to it, is also worth noting that through adopted policies and practices, Clarendon has continued to be envisioned as a hub of retail, entertainment, and nightlife activity in Arlington for decades. Over time, while some businesses have closed and new ones have opened, Clarendon continues to remain one of Arlington's most popular destinations for retail and entertainment. A key part of the county's efforts towards achieving successes and managing challenges related to this activity in Clarendon is the CLEG. The Clarendon Live Entertainment Group was established by the county board in 2002 for the purpose of providing a coordinated process for addressing concerns related to the concentration of live entertainment uses in Clarendon. And as listed here, participants in the CLEG include representation from Clarendon restaurant operators with use permit approvals for live entertainment, county staff from involved departments, and community members, including host and adjacent civic associations. Currently, there are 19 establishments included in the CLEG with approved use permits for live entertainment, although 2 of these establishments have recently closed. If the county board were to approve the 2 items on tonight's agenda, that would bring the total count of establishments with use permit approval for live entertainment to 21. In recent years, staff has worked with the CLEG to standardize and achieve greater consistency with conditions of approval for all live entertainment use permits in the CLEG. The impetus for this work was the resurgence in stated concerns from the community regarding impacts stemming from live entertainment uses in Clarendon that were observed shortly after COVID restrictions were eased in recent years. In response to this dynamic, in 2022, staff conducted a comprehensive review of conditions applicable to these establishments with the goal of arriving at a standard set of use permit conditions that would apply to all. The objectives of having a standard set of conditions were to ensure the conditions are easily understood by all parties involved and to ensure conditions are equally enforceable by using objective standards that all can understand. Staff's work at the time to arrive at standard conditions was also informed by analyzing best practices from other communities across the country to understand how they also manage challenges and opportunities associated with similar uses. In the county's ongoing review and engagement related to the CLEG review process, there are 3 main components. These include annual reviews of all CLEG establishments as a group, coordinated interdepartmental inspections during live entertainment operational hours, and CLEG meetings that are held twice annually. For the annual review of CLEG establishments, these alternate between county board reviews in odd years and administrative staff reviews in even years. As new applications are proposed, such as the ones this evening, they are considered off-cycle, including, but if approved, they are synced up with the review of the collective establishments. Regarding the coordinated inspections, this involves a team response including police, code enforcement, zoning, fire, and public health, who as a group visit Clarendon on 2 nights in advance of the summer season. In 2024, these inspections were held on Sunday, April 28th and Friday, May 10th. The primary objectives of these inspections include to obtain baseline measurements of environmental noise during nighttime hours, inspect and ensure compliance with approved conditions associated with live entertainment, and determine areas of continued education and discussion with Arlington Restaurant Initiative participants. While enforcement and correction is important, knowledge, education, and communication are also key components in maintaining the balance between Arlington's mixed-use, active areas, and adjacent residential neighborhoods, and these coordinated inspections are critical in helping to meet these latter objectives. And finally, a key part of our engagement with the CLEG includes meetings that occur twice per year, most recently held on May 23rd. These meetings provide a forum for CLEG establishment operators, community members, and county staff to collectively discuss and address concerns, coordinate enforcement, and update all participants on county policies. Staff has also come before this board several times in recent years to share information about the noise complaint process. One of the materials we've shared previously includes the who to call chart seen here for potential noise violations, and also updated information on the webpage to provide additional information and FAQs. We've also diagrammed and discussed how a noise-related complaint is investigated and handled. Since these materials have been created and made available publicly, staff has found that having these infographics makes it easier for everyone, staff included, to understand the process. And with that, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Mr. Sutherland to discuss 2 new use permit applications before you this evening.
Thank you. Mr. Sutherland.
Good evening again.
We're still here.
For the record, my name is Cedric Sutherland with the County Planning Division, and I will present the following items for use permits for live entertainment. With me today, I have Corporal Herring from the Arlington Police Department. As well, virtually, I I have Ms. Tracy O'Connor from Zoning Enforcement and Mr. Ben Slyman from from Code Enforcement. So, and I will go back to back with both items, and then you can open up for discussion on each item individually. I believe that's how it's set up today. So for the first use permit, it's for live entertainment. It's for Mr. Days on the ground floor level at the Leadership Institute building located at 1101 North Highland Street. The property is zoned CO Mixed Use District with the general land use plan designation is High Office Apartment Hotel, and within the Clarendon Revitalization District, and the property is subject to site plan 397. The applicant is proposing to reconstitute the Mr. Days restaurant that operated in the space now occupied by the Renegade, located across the street from the subject property. The subject location was originally approved for live entertainment and dancing and operated as Clarendon Grill. The most recent tenant, Pine Moor, did not operate live entertainment. Here are some pictures of the establishment showing the front of the building and the outdoor patio. The applicant is proposing to operate live entertainment during the hours of Sunday, 11 a.m. to 12 a.m., and Monday through Wednesday, 5 p.m. to 1 a.m., and Friday through Saturdays, 5 p.m. to 1:30 a.m. To mitigate any negative impacts of the live entertainment, staff is recommending conditions included with other nearby establishments that constitute the live entertainment group, or better known as the CLEG. In terms of public engagement, staff contacted the Clarendon Courthouse Civic Association and the Lion Place Apartments that are adjacent to the property, and staff received no feedback from neither the Civic Association nor the property management of the apartments. Lastly, staff is recommending a revision to condition 1. I'm sorry. Staff is recommending a revision to condition 1 to delete the request for dancing. As they no longer wish to have that as a part of the use permit application. We're recommending a revised county manager's recommendation to approve the use permit for live entertainment, subject to the proposed conditions of the staff report, and with condition 1 revised as shown in staff's presentation with the county board review in 11 months, which is May 2025. And this would align with the next county board review of all CLEG establishments at that time. Next is item 13 for Laley. And this item has 3 use permits associated with it. There's one for the outdoor cafe with more seats outside than inside, the outdoor kiosk, and live entertainment. This site was previously operated as Bar Ivy, and this is located at 3033 Wilson Boulevard. The site is zone C3, General Commercial District. The GLUP designation is medium mixed use within the Clarendon Revitalization District. The site is comprised of a by right 7-story office building with ground floor retail. Here you see pictures of the existing kiosk and the outdoor cafe. And again, the request is there are 3 separate requests associated with this establishment. The first is for a greater number of seats outside to inside, the kiosk, and live entertainment without dancing. Here's a description. Here's a diagram showing the proposed location. The applicant is not proposing to change any of the operation that was approved in 2019 by the county board for Bar Ivy, and they began their operations in June 2022. During the October review of that use permit, no issues were identified with the operation of the outdoor cafe and the kiosk. After that review, the former Bar Avi restaurant closed in late 2023. This is the second part of the request with the 150 square foot kiosk in the windows that serve persons outside on the street as well as persons inside the outdoor cafe area. And they propose to operate the kiosk from 8 a.m. to 12 a.m. Sunday through Thursday and 8 a.m. to 2 a.m. Friday through Saturday. Lastly, the applicant is requesting live entertainment with no dancing. This is different from the previous operation of Bar Ivy, which did not have a use permit for live entertainment. The applicant is asking for to operate with just DJs for the inside portion of the establishment with the proposed hours of 11 a.m. to 12 a.m. Sunday through Thursday and 11 a.m. to 1:30 a.m. Friday and Saturday. In terms of public engagement, staff contacted the Lion Village Civic Association. Staff received comment from the Lion Village Civic Association with concerns about the operators' adherence to the use permit conditions, especially regarding the noise escaping outside and not adhering to the condition of all windows and doors being closed. And again, they object to the overall permission of live entertainment use permits in the Clarendon area until such time staff proactively enforces live entertainment. Staff also reached out to the Viewpoint Apartments and the Hartford Condo Association and received no response. Staff's recommendation is to approve the use permit for live entertainment for outdoor seating with more seats outside than inside, 2 for outdoor kiosk, and 3 for live entertainment. With the 11-month county board review in May 2025. And again, this would align with the CLEG reviews next year. And that concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you. Thank you for those joint presentations. And I think what I'll do now is go to our clerk to call the first, because we're going to take the items separately. Do you want to call the first one, please?
Yes, of course. Our first item, item number 11, is use permit 00059, a use permit for live entertainment and dancing at Mr. Days, located 1101 North Highland Street.
Thank you. And I believe you all are with Mr. Days? Thank you. Would you like to make a presentation or say a few words?
Yes. Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Bernie Suchicito. I'm a land use planner with Walsh Colucci here on behalf of the applicant. Staff did an excellent job summarizing the application, so I will keep my remarks brief. Tonight, we are seeking the board's approval of this live entertainment use permit for the new Mr. Days at 1101 North Highland Street. We are excited to bring back to Arlington a familiar establishment that has had a 25-year history in the Clarendon community. We look forward to continuing our charitable activities in Arlington for many years to come. We are in agreement with the conditions as provided by staff, and we plan to be good neighbors. With that, I conclude my presentation, and I'm available to respond to any questions which you may have. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, and I don't believe we have any commissions. So I think I will turn, Mr. Carantos, would you like to make a motion to get us started?
I will make the motion to this item, Madam Chair. And the motion is to approve the permit for live entertainment and dancing, Mr. Days. Located at 1101 North Highland Street, subject to proposed conditions of the staff report to this item and with a county board review in 11 months in May 2025. I will ask for a second.
Second.
And then I will speak to my motion. We heard a lot from the testimony today from Mr. Carden and from Mr. Apologies, I just misplaced my notes. We heard from residents from Lion Village, and I understand their concerns. But in this case, really specifically for Mr. Days, they hardly apply because Mr. Days is on the other side, literally on the other side of the street. It's between, it's a commercial high-rise area, and by the way, you're just moving from the Renegade across the street, right? So basically, you are in the same street, just on the opposite side of the street. So I don't see really no material issue here. Your establishment has been, working fairly well. You are compliant, and I have to say, with TIPS, with CLEG, with Neighborhood Liaison, and with ARI, which I appreciate a lot. You're working with us. You're working with the neighborhood, including the Clarendon Civic Association and the Clarendon Alliance. So thank you for doing that, and I'm confident that by approving this use permit, we are contributing to the vibrancy and to keep the business environment in Clarendon, and at the same time being in the safe and irresponsible space for running a business that is it is in the night, it goes until the wee hours, and it's true. So I consider that as I consider your business as a very compliant partner here for everybody. And I have to say also, even if we consider the other application as well, we need to consider where exactly the assets are that we are discussing, what is in between these assets and the neighborhoods that are, of course, affected by the general. But I hear also with interest that there are residual issues, ongoing issues, and I believe that these need to be taken into account, even if they don't specifically apply to an application for a use permit here. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Cunningham.
My questions are more to the overall program, so if you have specific to these two, I'm happy to defer.
I wanted to clarify that the motion we are making is to approve the use permit for live entertainment, no dancing.
Yes.
I believe Mr. Cantona said right, but we are no longer going for the and dancing.
That is correct, Madam Chair.
Yeah, but I just wanted to make sure.
So then,
excellent catch by our junior member.
As that has many additional implications, and I want to make sure that.
Fair.
Yeah.
And apologies, I read the motion directly from the staff report, so this was not included there. So I will then modify the motion to approve the use permit for live entertainment without dancing at Mr. Days, located at 1101 North Highland Street, subject to the proposed conditions of the staff report and with the county board review in 11 months in May 2025. And that needs to be seconded.
It does need to be seconded. All right, we are now good to go. Do you have specific questions, Ms. Coffey, beyond that? Mr. Sutherland?
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
There's also a revision to condition 1, because it said, condition 1 said offers them live entertainment and dancing. So I just wanted to make sure that is noted. I have it up. I'm not sure if it's being shown on the screen or not.
So let me.
I see. Yeah, slide 14 of the presentation, which is under the top. At the top, it says Clarendon Live Entertainment Group. Above that one.
So,
Mr. Sutherland, do you want to put that slide up?
Yeah, I'm sharing, but I'm not sure if I can.
It will. Okay.
It's popping up on the screen.
Clarendon Live Entertainment Group is highlighted. Down.
Here.
Yeah.
There we go.
Okay.
And then the next slide has the motion.
Okay, we have it.
That one, and then we need another one. Mm-hmm.
Yes. I apologize for that. I usually am completely driven by the staff report, and that's a little bit on the fly. So, revised and final motion. To approve the use permit for live entertainment, subject to the proposed conditions of the staff report and with condition number 1, revised as shown in staff's presentation here, with a county board review in 11 months, May 2025.
Second again. Does this pass muster? Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, you've spoken to your motion. Ms. Coffey, anything else you've noticed that we should pick up? Thank you.
This is for the detail-oriented
That's
nature
good.
and also being a night person. Okay, back to focusing. I think I noted in the remarks from our public commenters that I don't know that any of them raised specific concerns about these particular venues. Thinking about the Mr. Day slot, I have revealed a lot about where I live tonight, but that is also very, very near to me. If the Lion Park neighborhood is to the south, you all are to the north and 1 block over. I think that it is a very different context than some of the more central Wilson, Clarendon Boulevard. It is truly surrounded by multi-unit buildings, including my own, which also I believe have been developed with more of the soundproof glass that really does effectively keep the noise out. And I think that that is an important design standard as we continue to build and understand. I think the staff is right to point out that in many of our planning documents, it has been affirmed again and again that Clarendon is intended to be a shops, entertainment, and nightlife district. I think that comes with things that must be managed, including noise. I'm definitely hearing in the comments we received tonight, as well as comments we have received in other times, that the noise and the behavior are two of the most critical things. And I think, at least with respect to, we're just taking item 11 right now, with respect to that location, I think it's going to be a very different situation than some of the other locations that are facing nearly directly into residential, single-family home residential neighborhoods. The whole neighborhood is residential, but so I think those are just my thoughts. I am excited to have Mr. Days back in the neighborhood. If you can bring Whitlow's back, I will be your fan forever. But I think that this has been an institution in Arlington, and it's exciting to see the development of the area continue.
Excellent, thank you. Ms. Cunningham.
Again, I've got mostly like general CLEG questions, so if anyone has a specific Mr. Days question, I would yield the floor.
I think we're on to general.
Okay, good. So I think that's good news for y'all that we are supportive and excited for you guys to be moving forward. But I do think that, as Ms. Coffey said, several residents raised some concerns about how we're doing on enforcement and sort of what are the teeth to some of the CLEG enforcement activities. So I know we've made Mr. Herring sit through a long conversation, but I might just ask you if you can give a little overview of how enforcement's working and not, and then more broadly, if you want to take 2 questions at once and take them in whatever order you want. I know we often hear from the community what's going on in Clarendon, like how many people are there, and we see police there a lot. Is that a good thing? Is it a bad thing? Can you just give us a little perspective on why we have a lot of police there, and how that hopefully adds to everyone's safety?
All right, well, thank you for the question. So I'll first start with sort of how the enforcement picture works. And sorry, I probably got this a bit too close. So typically speaking, we receive a call for service for a noise violation. And depending on the night, we only have a nightlife detail on Friday nights, Saturday nights, and Sunday nights. That's typically about 11 officers, or it can be an assortment of officers and deputies, and it costs the county at a minimum, if you were looking at brand new deputies, brand new officers, about $6,500. That's not including any actual calls that are aggregated with the fire department, transports to the hospital. So at a minimum, you're looking at about $6,500 for that detail per weekend, I believe. So obviously we have senior officers that work at higher ranking individuals. That'll drive the price up. If you're interested in the actual financial costs, I can dig into that, but I would need more time to aggregate all that information for you. We get the call for service though, and an officer will stand typically about 50 feet is what it's written in the ordinance. So that gives you about the width of the roadway plus sidewalk, give or take. Just in kind of layman's terms. They'll stand outside, listen, can I hear it, can I not hear it? If they can't hear it, that's the end of the call. If they can hear it, they're supposed to fill out a noise violation form, give one copy to the offender, and provide another copy to myself, who then passes it along to code enforcement. And then it's code enforcement's ball to run with from there. So we are just kind of the facilitators for the off hours code enforcement. About the past month, I took over this role May 1st. So I'm very new to this process, still gathering all the information, figuring out all the pieces, learning what we can improve on. But we've had code enforcement out there. I have more meetings with them scheduled where they're going to be linking up with citizens, taking measurements from citizens' residences that are saying they can hear the noise. And we're working through that. We've already issued a couple violations that way. That is the preferred method because we, the police department, the only kind of tools we have are basically turn the music down. After a third instance of that per policy, we can call the watch commander to see if we want to effect an arrest. I don't think that's a route that anyone would actually want to do. That would alienate the bars, the managers very quickly. That would alienate the patrons there, and it would make it a lot different of a vibe than we currently have in Clarendon. And I don't think that's what anyone wants. We much more prefer to educate people because that's what fixes the problems long term. We could arrest our way out for a night, but then the problems we would have longer term would be far more substantial, and we'd be more of an occupational force rather than a collaborative effort. So I hope that answers the enforcement piece. As far as the why are there so many officers out there, there was a time, so we're the government, we're always reactive. There was a time there were not officers out there, and what that meant was basically the midnight shift was constantly responding to Clarendon and was not able to handle their duties to the rest of the county. Just because Clarendon is out and about doesn't mean that other parts of the county are not out and about. There's always things that happen at nighttime. We have shootings, we have DUI crashes, we have fatalities from those crashes sometimes. They're very labor intensive. So midnights, it can tend to be feast or famine. Either you're not doing anything, which is great, or the world's on fire, but you don't have anyone else you can call. That's it. So what some officers did in about the mid-2010s is they looked at the problem and they said, let's stop reacting, let's be proactive. And they adopted a model from the UK where the officers were out there. And what they saw was that having the officers present in front of the bars meant that we could deal with a lot of situations before they would turn into massive street brawls. We could have a much more positive relationship with the bars because we weren't just coming in and breaking up the party. We were able to snuff out the problem children on the streets, send them on their way. It made everyone feel safer. Especially individuals. I tend to not feel unsafe in the middle of the night, but I'm a very, very tall individual. I have size on my side. Other individuals do not. So it helped create a safer atmosphere where more people felt like they could relax. Even during the height of COVID, many individuals were coming from the district and from Maryland because they felt safe here in Arlington, whereas they did not in their home jurisdictions.
Great, thank you.
All right.
One follow-up on enforcement. Can you just share, for code enforcement, it sounds like you've invited them out to be in the field with you at times. Are the hours aligned to when the noise violations tend to happen, or is that an exception where you had to call in a favor?
So those are exceptions, and those have tended to come more after the passionate viewpoints that the individuals in Lion Village have raised. So it has been, shifting. And something to code enforcement's point is that people tended to default call us. code enforcement can only have people show up to individuals' residences if there's an actual form filed with code enforcement, because the bosses have to justify someone coming in off hours, taking out the equipment, having accountability of your staff. And the problem was that we were getting the call, but we can't just automatically refer it over to code enforcement. They have to have their process followed. So that was the issue that we were seeing. We have been educating individuals left and right about using that form, about going to code enforcement to get those individuals to take those measurements from their location rather than just trying to do it on the street and take a best guess. So it has been a laborious process, but I think we're finally starting to see the fruits of our labors.
Great, thank you.
That's great. I will just say my first ride along with the police was in Clarendon. They wanted to show me how it was. It actually was a pretty quiet night, but I did see a lot, including the proactive stopping things. In fact, I didn't even know what was, and then it was explained to me what happened, or what didn't happen, and that was really helpful. So I advise my colleagues, if you like to give it a try, it's quite interesting. Thank you. Ms. Coffey, did you have questions?
Yeah, I think when we're thinking about the CLEG and enforcement and how we're approaching the overall neighborhood, I think, can you share a little bit about, the difference in treatment between perhaps like an individual one-off problem, like something you get one call about one time versus, at what point do we decide that something has become recurring or systemic or perhaps an intentional flaunting of the rules?
So I'd be hesitant to say that anything was an intentional flaunting of the rules, because in the area that we're at, we have individuals who come and they staff bars from the district and from Maryland, and they have very different laws, very different operational things. And people come here to Arlington and come to Virginia, the land of the permit, and it is a steep learning curve. And so I don't think it's willful flaunting of our rules and it's a lack of knowledge, and we work with them, making them understand if you want to smoke hookah, you have to have your doors open, but if you have your doors open, you can't play music. So you can have the music or you can have hookah, you can't have both simultaneously. So then the light bulb kind of goes off. The problem is still, though, these individuals have a lot of turnover in staff. So by the time we finally get the staff all trained up, because the owners can't be there 24/7, now they've got new staff. Oh, well, I did it this way on U Street. I did it this way out in, Pickett County, Maryland. Well, let's just do it here. We'll draw the biggest crowd. They're under the pressure because many of these storefronts have about a $50,000 to $70,000 monthly rent that they have to meet, and that's before payroll and everything else. So we certainly, as the sole business liaison officer on the police department, I certainly hear the problems that they have, and understanding that we do have a 30% vacancy rate for commercial establishments in the county. We want to work with everyone who wants to work with us, because we had entities in the past that didn't want to work with us, and trying to get them to work with us was like pulling hen's teeth. So we have done a lot of education. Some of it was just simply getting the owners. One of the biggest offenders that the citizens were mentioning earlier in the commentary, the 19th, we had the owners come out, go deep into the neighborhood. I don't know how, I don't know why, I'm not a sound engineer. It didn't sound that noisy on the street, but when you stepped into the neighborhood, it was almost as though the sound was going over the street and dropping down into the neighborhood. So that was the problem, and that was a eureka moment for all of us, and that's also it points to the gap in the enforcement that we have. I, as a layperson police officer, I have many tools, but I am not a sound engineer. I do not understand how sound travels. I do not understand how it carries, all the things that affect it, and that's why our preferred mechanism would be code enforcement with the decibel meters and everything else. But ever since that meeting on the 19th, I just checked this morning at about 3 in the morning, we had no calls for service for loud noise from those establishments for a month now. So that has, knock on wood, we will continue that trend. A lot of it's an educational piece and just getting those establishments to understand. I can't think of anyone that's right now in the county that would wantonly disregard the rules and regulations.
I appreciate that. And I think that's really helpful. I'm wondering, in the future, is there a way to kind of expedite that trip into the neighborhood, so to speak, right? I think that I have no idea how you ever would have known that without actually going there and doing that. And maybe that's, just a learning process for you or whoever ends up permanently in the liaison role. But to maybe make that an earlier step in the I don't want to say adjudication, but in the follow through process, right? Because maybe there are really things that we're not able to capture being on the street, but it can help us all to understand. I think that's really helpful. At what point would we take the step of removing or pulling someone's permit? What do you think it would take? Obviously, we have not yet done that. So what would it take to get to that?
So here it's a little bit more complicated, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Sutherland, but my understanding is that you all are the only ones who actually can revoke. Is that correct?
The county board.
Yes.
So
typically the county board can revoke
Right.
it at the county manager's recommendation
Right.
through staff's recommendation.
Yes, I suppose what I'm really asking is, at what point would staff recommend the revocation of the permit?
So
I would kind of harken back to what Corporal Herring was saying. If he went out on the 19th and the guy still wasn't complying, I think we will be at the point now where you would probably be hearing that establishment come up for review, because we have been monitoring it to make sure that they're in compliance. Our goal is to compel compliance, and so we try that step first, and that's the step that everybody in the county enjoys, is compelling compliance first. We try to do that as a first step. Should those steps not work, then we'll come and make a recommendation to the county manager, to the board, for a review of their use permit, at which time you can take considerable actions, whether to revoke their use permit, approve it, amend the conditions, any number of things that you could do under your authority.
Great, thank you.
just to dovetail with that, there are some recommendations that I'm going to start proposing to my bosses through the police department and eventually elevate to the county manager's office, and then allow you all to take a look at some things from my experience across the river in the district. For gross safety violations, the chief of police could order an emergency shutdown of an establishment. That was something where, when I personally saw it, it was because a stabbing occurred inside the establishment, and they were actively trying to clean up the crime scene before they even let us in. So that's the kind of thing that triggered that. Obviously, we could explore avenues where, if there's egress safety issues, the fire marshal could potentially order something. But these are proposals that'll be down the line, and that I would elevate first to the county manager through my chain before it comes across to you all. But these are works in progress.
Can I add something? And I'm not sure if this is exactly on point, but during COVID, I think those of you who are on the board will remember that we sent teams of police and our public health inspectors and our people from inspection services to the bars, and we actually had them go undercover, because what happens a lot of times is that when we go in, they'll know who we are, and the word gets around in the area that we're coming, so they clean up their act. And so that's been a challenge. A few years ago, we had one particular applicant that was putting their speakers out in their parking lot, and it was a wanton disregard, and we were about to come to the board, and then they cleaned up their act. And so I want to acknowledge from the resident perspective, and I live in Ashton Heights, so I hear this too on my own, which is that there, unfortunately, since we can't be there 24/7 and cite people exactly on the spot and shut them down unless it's a gross violation, there's a certain amount of reactivity that comes. But we have found all the owners to be responsive, but in the interim, there's that pain. And I don't want to gloss over that.
Yeah, I think that's great. And Mr. Herring, I appreciate your point about perhaps differences in laws, in culture, and I think it's really important in some of those more safety-focused instances that we have cultivated these relationships, right? I think about kind of the cultural shift on bystander intervention training when I was in college, right? Like you want people to feel safe calling for help and asking for help when they need it. Many places will try not to because they'll get in trouble. And we do want to make sure that people are getting the help that they need and not putting it off to try and avoid consequences. And so I think ARI and CLEG has done a really good job cultivating that relationship of like, let's first deal with the issue and the safety and prioritize everyone's health and well-being, and then let's figure out how do we solve this problem long term. So I think that's really important. And I think the work that ARI has done has been really leading in the nation. So it's there's always more work to do. I don't want to minimize that. Especially with the turnover in establishments we've had, new management, people who may not be used to the culture of the specific neighborhood. Always plenty of work to do, but I do think that overall the program is good. We can do more, I think, on, again, kind of just moving some of those steps up, perhaps, so that we can get those solutions for people as quickly as we want. And now I'm just rambling, so I'm going to pass it along.
It is getting a little bit late. I'm feeling bad for our applicants who are here, but then I realized your hours tend to be long, so maybe you're not having as hard a time. Ms. Cunningham, it would be good to wrap this up if we might.
Yep. I just wanted to ask the applicants, is there anything you see that we could be doing through this initiative or otherwise to better support your business and the safety and well-being and delight of your customers and neighbors?
Well, I'm just coming back. I've been going for 5 years, and it sounds to me and what I see, everything's moving. We had 20-some years here, and the brand is, I'm the founder of it, is 47. I'm looking forward to doing the 50th anniversary here.
Yeah.
The reason, it doesn't matter. Anyway, no, but thank you. I appreciate your help, all of you. Thank you.
Great.
And know that we are always eager to hear from you if there's anything that could be more efficient or more helpful. We know it's a tough time to be in business, and we're glad you're back.
You'll hear from me.
Excellent. Excellent. Are we ready to vote, colleagues? Okay. All in favor of the motion before us, please say aye. Aye. Motion passes 4-0. Congratulations. Thank you so very much. Welcome back. Welcome back. Yeah, we're glad to have you back. All right. Mr. Kushner, would you call the next item, please?
Of course, our final item of the evening is Laley Restaurant, 3033 Wilson Boulevard, Part A, use permit 24-0007 to allow more seats in the outdoor cafe than inside the restaurant, located at 3033 Wilson. Part B, use permit 24-0008, use permit for a kiosk, again located at 3033 Wilson. And Part C, use permit 24-00009, use permit for live entertainment, located again at 3033 Wilson Boulevard.
Thank you so very much. We've had the staff presentation. I think we have our applicant by Teams call. Mr. Haye?
Hi.
How are you?
Hi, it's Haj. How are you, everybody? I was going to say good evening, but I think it's good night at this point. Just wanted to step in and just say thank you all for your time. Thank you for your consideration, and to speak as well to help just elaborate a bit on some of these things that are on the table. We do want you all to understand that we are 100% a restaurant. We have no intention of playing loud music or having dancing. There's no DJ booth or set up for a band or any of that kind of stuff. There's no nightlife. But this is a restaurant that is trendy, that has a certain energy to it, that we would like to have curated music played for. So that is why we were looking for the live music permit, to make sure that we are in compliance. But just want to be very clear, this is not going to be dancing, loud music, late hours, any of that kind of stuff. We have, one of the owners has met with John Carton, who was on earlier, and had already agreed to some concessions that I believe it was Sunday through Thursday, that live music would cease at 10 p.m. We're fine with that. We don't plan on having it later. And so just wanted to put that out there. And then as far as the kiosk goes and the outdoor courtyard patio, both of those spaces are as they were used previously with Bar Ivy. We've been very fortunate to come into the space. We've actually befriended the old owner. We did what we could to sort of help him out. You know, it's a tough thing to come in the current environment and, you know, put a lot of money into place and not see, you know, really a second year or so. We were able to help as much as we could there. Very cordial gentleman as well. So we were able to sort of take the reins and turn it into something new. And it's something that's been really well received by the community. Everybody that's been to lately has absolutely praised their experience. They love the food. They're so happy that we're part of the community, that there's another restaurant destination and something that's new and fresh and has good food to it. So we're very happy to be here, and we very much appreciate your consideration tonight for the 3 use permits on the table. Also, if there are any questions as regards to sound, in one of my former lives, I was a sound engineer. I was with XM Radio for about 10 years. So I can help in that regard. And,
All right.
Great. So if Mr. Kushner has any questions, you would want an SPL meter, which is sound pressure level meter, and I suggest the RTA, which is a real-time analyzer that would tell you what frequencies you're looking for. So, but anyhow, we have very basic speakers as well outdoors, just so you know, Laylee. It's just an outdoor speaker system. I've actually worked to point all those speakers so that they're focused on our patio only. It's not bleeding anywhere. I mean, literally, if you're walking down the sidewalk, as soon as you walk past our door, the sound stops. And once you get to the side of the building. So we've done a really good job at getting that all tuned properly. And we're very confident in what we have on the table for you.
Excellent. All of our applicants should be sound engineers. Thank you. All right.
Welcome.
All right, colleagues, any questions? Should we start with a motion? Are you ready to do that, Ms. Coffey? Yeah.
Absolutely. I would move the county manager's recommendation to approve this permit with an 11-month county board review, which will be May 2025.
All right.
Motion's been. Oh, Minchell's coming off.
There's 3 parts.
There's 3 parts. There's more.
Oh.
Yep.
There are
Keep
3
going.
use permits.
We're torturing the
I
motions
see.
tonight.
I was gonna
We
say,
are. I'm going to go back to my thing
I
about
went
having
off
the motions.
slide, which was right the last time, and now it's not this time.
That's my fault.
Mr. Sutherland,
it's
Mr.
okay.
Sutherland, are you able to get another slide up there with the rest of the motion?
No, I'm pulling up the staff report right now,
Okay.
and there are
All
no
right.
amendments to the staff report that I am aware of. So
Good.
I would move the county manager's recommendation to approve the permit for an outdoor cafe on private property with a greater number of seats than the indoor portion of the restaurant, parentheses Laylee, subject to the proposed conditions with a county board review in 11 months. B, approve the use permit for a kiosk to provide walk-up service in the outdoor cafe, also Laylee, subject to the proposed conditions and with a county board review in 11 months. And approve the use permit for live entertainment for Laylee, subject to the proposed conditions and with a county board review in 11 months.
Second?
Second.
All right.
All right.
Motion's been moved and seconded. Would you like to speak to it?
A little bit. I think we have belabored the point tonight on the Clarendon situation. And I will say, you know, I walked by your restaurant just last Saturday night. I knew this was coming up on our agenda, and I wanted to swing by. And I do think that it's a very different vibe than a lot of what Clarendon has currently. I think it is much more of a sit down and chat kind of situation. I actually think that louder music would be almost antithetical to the vibe it seems like you're trying to cultivate there. And so I think, you know, I am excited to see a restaurant succeed in this space. I think the patio is gorgeous, and I'm glad that we have gotten to this point, and I pass along to my colleagues now.
Sounds good. Thank you. All right. Mr. Carantonis, then I'll go to Ms. Cunningham.
I'm going to support the motion. We have heard it's a good thing to have a sound engineer actually. Being
That's what I said. I just said that.
applicant.
Yeah.
So yeah, I feel pretty confident that this will go very well. I think this is an excellent location for the type of restaurant that you're planning. It's kind of louder out, so actually the sound of the music actually creates the environment of the restaurant. Per se, it's a very busy intersection, so actually the traffic noise is higher than the potential restaurant noise.
Yeah, I'm sure, yes. Ms. Cunningham.
And I would just ask the same question, if there's anything more that we as a board and a community can be doing to support your business, or more you think we could be doing to keep folks safe and comfortable.
Thank you for that. I would say, the Arlington does a great job. I'm very much impressed with all the policing, all the support. I will say the permitting is quite expensive to get a business off the ground, but I know that everybody's got to get their tax revenue, so that's understandable. But otherwise, I think we're great. I think we have a great relationship with the city. We're very humbled to be part of the community and be received the way we have. So I think everything's pretty awesome so far.
Terrific. Thank you.
Good to hear. That's great. Thank you. All right, we're about to call them up, but I will just say it's been a great discussion, and the presentation from our officer and from everybody here about the CLEG has been great, and all of the speakers who were here are gone. I don't know if anyone, there's a way of getting
Dawn
that.
is still online.
Well, maybe some people are still online, but it really is, I wish we could get the word out a little bit more, and maybe we want to do that with a manager's report or something, an update on Clarendon someday or something, just to get it out there a little bit more. All right, all in favor of the motion before us, please say aye. Aye. Motion passes 4-0. We're good to go, Laylee. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Everybody have a great night.
Yeah, good night. Take care.
Bye.
All right. Now, colleagues, I have a couple of motions, and Mr. Clerk, Mr. Kushner, if you put the first one up on the screen, and I'll read it off and make that motion real quickly. That would be great.
Ooh.
All right, this is the resolution on the opioid this is the one with Kroger, is that correct?
Correct. This is the
Yes,
resolution.
I see it there. Now, good. All right, colleagues, I don't have to read this whole resolution. I'll just move that the board adopt the resolution that's before us here of the Arlington County Board approving the county's participation in the proposed settlement of opioid-related claims against Kroger and its related corporate entities, and directing the county attorney and/or the county's outside counsel to execute the documents necessary to effectuate the county's participation in the settlements. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, motion's been moved and seconded. All in favor, are we all right to just go ahead and vote? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes 4-0. We were good with that one. Thank you. And the next one, please.
We don't have any materials for display for this one.
Okay, that's right. There is not a motion here. We don't have to put that up. Thank you. All right, this is a simple motion, colleagues. I'm just going to move that the county board join in an amicus brief in the case of Garland versus Vanderstock, currently pending in the United States Supreme Court, in support of new regulations against ghost guns promulgated by the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, commonly known as the ATF, and authorize the county attorney or her designee to sign and file any documents necessary to effectuate the same. Is there a second? Second. All right, seconded by Vice Chair Karantonis. I assume no discussion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 4-0. Thank you very much, colleagues. And then, Mr. Krishna, I believe you have one more item to announce, was a change in our meeting schedule. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank
One
you.
more minor piece of procedural housekeeping. Just a note to members of the public, anyone watching, that due to scheduling conflicts, the July regular county board meeting previously scheduled on Saturday, July 20th, will need to be moved. The rescheduled date is Monday, July 22nd. A couple of items of note. Public comment will begin no earlier than 5:30 p.m. In line with our previous rules of procedure. Registration will close 15 minutes before at 5:15 p.m. Again, in keeping with rules of procedure, requests to pull consent items must be received no later than 6 o'clock p.m., and regular hearing items will likewise be called no earlier than 6 o'clock p.m. All of our other standard rules of procedure will apply. I do have one minor adjustment to note. While all public comment speakers will be called starting at 5:30 and should be prepared to speak at that time, if for any reason they are unable to attend, and this is with respect to the fact that it's a work night, respect to people's schedules, the board will circle back to all speakers who were not heard at the conclusion of the meeting. So we will not be extending the registration deadline, but if you are unable to attend at the beginning of the meeting to offer public comment, we will circle back. So with that, just proposing this adjustment.
Excellent, thank you. Do we need to adopt this? I think we do.
Yes, you will need to adopt this
Colleagues,
revision to the meeting
I would like to move adoption of what Mr. Kushner just presented.
I second.
Thank you. Motion's been moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Motion passes 4-0. Thank you so very much. We are all ready for July, and we have, without objection, nothing else to come. All right. We are adjourning our June board meeting. Thank you.